Rahubat Moisad, and welcome to another live reading. Today we will be continuing reading from the scroll Ha Takrur, the decision. Now, before we get started, we're going to acknowledge our master teacher who brings us together. We're going to acknowledge each other and ourselves in this place and time. So we're going to start with our first confirmation, which is you. So let's start with our breath, all right? Because the first reality is you, all right? And being honest with yourself. So you're going to assess, are you in the image of natural nature or unnatural nature? And you can assess that right through your very breath. Did you know that the breath itself is a gateway between the physical and the etheric world? So you're going to see yourself as an extension of Panadaru, or the very forces of natural nature, as a Muntaru, all right? And you're going to start with the all-expanding breath. And whenever you need guidance, healing, support, Ashuk, you're going to picture the powered symbol. And you're going to say, Apta pa taruk la yeravuk em yanun. Apta pa babab la yehu, which means, open the way to the Rawuk, the breath of life, the spark of life, the soul of Yanun. Open the door towards him. Towards who? Which is really you, because it's who you are, all right? Not what you had to become, all right? To interface with the different spaces and time. We're going to keep a link to remember who we are, to that original spark. So you're going to start with your spark, and you're going to remember that the breath itself is the spark of life. So that's what you're tapping into, the very wisdom from which we all grew from, all right? No matter what you had to become, all right? You're going back to the healing, the wisdom, that support, all right? And that's what you're tapping into with your very inhale, all right? So you want to do that to your full potential. Most of us don't breathe properly, all right? So you're going to remember your diaphragm. So you can start with a deep breath. You don't want to just stop with a deep breath, because Sma means the complete union. So the complete union of all parts of your lungs, it starts down, all right? That's your stomach going out, because that's your diaphragm descending downward, all right? And as you keep inhaling, the diaphragm acts like a vacuum, automatically pulling air into your mid-lungs. As you keep inhaling, the air starts moving up to the higher parts of your lungs. So your stomach starts going in. And it almost feels like the breath is a wave, all right? And all expanding from down, outward, and up. And you're going to hold that breath because you're absorbing the life force. You're absorbing that healing. And that is called sakhem. All right. And then you're going to exhale after you take a moment of stillness to absorb. You exhale that same wisdom, love, support, ashuk to your fellow brothers and sisters. All right. And that's the proper way to breathe. And that is the Smile breath. As you become in union with yourself, complete union. You become in complete union with all space and time that's all around you. All right. So you start with your reality, and everything expands outward from you. All right. And now you're going to absorb the scroll so much better. Why? Because your physical body, you're more in complete union with that. What's going on physiologically? What's going on mentally? Where are your thoughts? Is it somewhere in the past? Is it somewhere in the future? Breathe through it and come here now to the present. All right? With your fellow brothers and sisters, where all that ever was, all that ever will be exists right here and right now in your breath. Where are your emotions? All right? Let's come on the same page. Work through it. Breathe through it. Now you're here. All right? In the present time. And you're going to assess mentally where your thoughts, physically where's your body, and how does that show up in your emotions? And you see that it's all happening here. So that's why your breath is the gateway between your physical and your etherical reality. And you're doing work on both sides right here in the present. Ashuk. So we just did a smile breath together. All right. So everything that I shared, I got from the master teacher, my favorite book, the breath book. All right. And as we acknowledge ourselves, bettering ourselves, we acknowledge our master teacher who brings us all together. Flesh and blood like us, living and breathing like us, from the very forces of prana dharu, of natural nature. And the same way we ask for acceptance. We are accepting of this healing. We are accepting of our master teacher. We are accepting of each other. All right. As we say, Abdul Kalal Tapolorat, Wufakor Bisamus Papaut. Begin all prayers and thinking by using the all expanding. All right. So we're useful. Every brother and sister in this divine circle of Ashuk, we all play our part. All right. So we cooperate in this divine circle of usefulness. All right. Because we all have a purpose to the collective. And breathe easy with your fellow brothers and sisters, because that's the gateway to our heart seat, our very breath. You're going to say, Ata pa taruk la yerawuk, em yanun, ata pa babab la yehu. Open the way to the soul of Yanun. Open the door towards him. All right. And that's really you. As you say, baror, 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 nabab natad mutad. Naut mutad bedid patah. Naut muklas bedid Yanun. Which means holy, holy, holy. Master, overseer, almighty. Holy as in the holy sea, all existing gases, all space and time. All right. And you see our master triune, the triune being the 3-in-1, which is a 9-pointed star. All right. Space, matter, and time, which is each a triangle within itself. That's how we end up with the 9-star. And that's what we are tapping into, the 9 mind reasoning. All right. Which you see depicted on the scroll that we're going to be reading today. All right. So we're using our full potential as in the holy seed, master, overseer, almighty. Our sacred symbol is Pawut, all, the all in all, Ashuk. Now, what's Mugdad Bedet Patah? No God except Patah. All right. As you open and expand your 9-mind reasoning, you become a mukta, because the helping hand is at the end of your own arm. So our responsibility is to respond, as Baba, one of Baba's many seats is Patah, as he sparks us, much like our neurotransmitters. And then one spark leads to another spark. Now we're fully alive. All right. Our consciousness is restored. No savior except Yanun, the very soul of the people, because you cannot lie to yourself. I should. And I affirm that I am in the divine love of the all expanding, and all divine love is in me. Pa-takut. Anuki Jawef Pa Ashok M Pa Pahut. Mukalal Ashok Kawun Jawef Neya. Anuki Kasamum M Pa Pahut. Wu Pa Pahut Kawun Kasamum M Neya. Anuki Wahu Ame Pa Pahut. Wu pa pahut kawun wahu ame niya. Nakokado naja ame kasam empapawat. Wu-Sabat ameh mushkas Nakuk kado kawang kalau pafef nakuk ayo jawef papawat. Ame wase ame ayani kawun lake bakor jawef papawat. Anuki abebi ye nafashni. Papawat kawun anuki. Papawat kador nakuk kador. Papawat amol nakuk amol. The all is I am. Why? Because they are me and I am them. The very forces of Panadaru, natural nature. We are their children and they are our ancestors. So we are Muktaru, the ones who are of natural nature. And this is a reminder of our divinity, as this is for them from us. Lahehum manehnu antum ate karerhum antum ate karerkum antum ate jewefnia antum ate niyahu anukihu ya ye ashukreye ashmu jayehnu ya ye nataru aufuknu nahun ater mukrarukum ya ye nataru aufuknu 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 ya ye natarunu anu atum atum amun tawakum nataru musafu for not forgetting us. And we accept this healing. We accept our master teacher. We accept the information itself that we will be reading today that was sent down to us from you as a guidance and a healing. And the same way that we ask for acceptance, we are accepting of you, our master teacher, and this scroll itself. We acknowledge that this book is the truth and the way. Ha-sawab, wu-pa-taruk. Hanin misvah kawun. Pa-sawab, wu-pa-taruk. Ze kawunana zulala he amtkun. Mane masbatu masa'a. Ama hadea mumudama'u. Mane muslafuku. Unataru. Arjulaye nafashuku. Afukshane kawunku. Hasawabu pataruk. Pahadea mupadama. Nahun sawuantkum. Lahe panenda malu shafe. Nahun tawuankum lahitam nasoinu. Nahun tawuankum Hereafter Anskum ater muslafunu. Nahun ater mukrarukum. Nahun salub nasarkuma. Nahun salub nasarkuma. Ansanun kahenataru. Ansanun muslafunu. Nahun ater muspatu. Anun atun. Atun. Amun. We are Sabians. Tawakum. Nataru. Umuntaru. Tawatak. Babiyanun. Muntar. Babiyanun. Malachi. Kabina York. Okran. Zeti. And Tawakum to us, Moisar, as we are doing our very best to transform into the very best versions of ourselves in our one collective body. And Tawakum to our Muslafu. All right, because for supporting us thus far, because we're still here. And we're going to be continuing reading from Ha Takroa, the decision. All right, as we see our Nadad, Babiyanun, as a triune being, all the elements coming together, all space and time, all the primary colors. All right, and then we see the nine-mind reasoning. All right, as we are being rebirthed from the moon cycle, as we return back to ourselves in the sun cycle, all right, and we accept this divine love, as our ancestors say, come back home. That's what Sankofa means, to return back to yourself. Return back to yourself. I shook. So we accept this healing and this invitation to heal. All right. So a little bit about the author. Panabab Yanun, the master teacher, known to us as His Excellency Malachi Z. Kabina York Okran. Kabina means born Tuesday, June 26, 1945 AD, in Ghana, Africa. All right. Baba wears many hats in his relationship to us, as Baba, one of his hats is transmitter. All right. Transmit, to spark a message, to spark that divinity in you. Notice Baba's coordinates as he taps in, bringing you back to Paut Ashuk. All right. Bringing us the scroll of eyes as we all come together. All right. All right, Moisar. So now we are on chapter 13, entitled Narar wu-nuwaup, which means fire and light. Narar wu-nuwaup. 1. With Ashuk, divine love, Hanan grace, and Hatat bliss, I greet you, my Karadu children of Wu-Nuwaup, Wu-Nuwaupians, the saviors of the Tapal world. 2. Wu-Nuwaupians, when you read in their Bible in Genesis chapter 6, verses 2, reads that the son of Elohim's gods saw the daughters of Adamites or men. 3. They never link up this term sons of God with others in their Bible. 4. Just who are these Sawawu sons of God, and from where did they come, and how did they get here on earth? 5. The terms of Gadad's son is used 8 times in their Old Testament. 6. So first I will Jawub answer how they got down to earth and what, if you read in the Bible, book of Psalms, chapter 68, verse 17, which reads, the Rakab, Hebrew vehicle, chariot, something to ride inside, of Elohim's gods are 20,000, even 1,000s of Shanaan, changing, circle beings, alternating, turning, the Adonai, master is among them, as in Sinai, in the holy place. So, you read angels, again a mistranslation to hide the truth. The Hebrews say these vehicles are in fact turning. 7, they can be rode from inside. 8, so 20,000 crafts that rotate with thousands of beings that shapeshift. 9, came down to earth, just as you read in Bible, Genesis chapter 11, verses 5 through 7. The Lord and angels, Nazul, came down from above to Taha, earth, and shapeshift into human form, as in Genesis chapter 18, verses 1 through 17, and also Genesis chapter 19, verses 1 through 5. And in verse 2, you see Lord's mistranslated in Hebrew. It's the same as in Psalm chapter 68, verses 17, Adonai. 10, so they came down from above to earth, many thousands of them. 11, and you read in Psalms chapter 82, verses 1 through 8. They will call single El and plural Elohim. And in verse 6, it states, I have said, you are Elohim, and all of you are children of Elion, the Most High. The Sumerians called this one Anu, as in the highest one. 12, so they are Karadu, children, as in sons of God. 13, and we see them mentioned in the Bible book of Job in chapter 28, verses 4 through 7. Again, the sons of God. 14, in this part of the Bible, it's Yahweh, living one, speaking with Job, speaking about creation, and the sons of God are referred to as angels. 15, yet in Psalm chapter 104, verses 4, the angels are called Ka'ah, Mukwanu, spirit beings. His ministers of flaming fire. So here they are, spirits of illuminating flame and of Narar, fire. 16, just as Luke chapter 10, verses 18 says of adversary, Satan, who was with the sons of God. In Job chapter 1, verse 6, and also Job chapter 2, verse 1. So Satan was also a son of the gods, an angel, 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 14, 17. So they are in human form. They are fire, lightning, light, 18. And also in Hebrew chapter 1, verses 13, and also verses 14. So it says, the Karadu children are betakers of flesh and blood, 19. So that must be angel food in Psalms chapter 78, verses 25. And you read in Genesis chapter 18, verses 1 through 8. The Lord and the angels ate Jasad meat of the calf, 20. So angels are sent. In Daniel chapter 3, verses 24, verses 25 and 28. These are the sons of gods, angels of lightning, lights, fire, flame, illuminated beings. 21. As you read, Moses got his revelations from an angel who was of fire. In Exodus chapter 3, verses 2. And it says, this is how their God speak. In Mark chapter 12, verses 26, and Luke chapter 20, verses 37, Acts chapter 7, verses 30, and also verses 33. Their Lord is a flame of fire in a bush. So their Lord is an angel too. 22. So you see, the sons of gods are angels of Nawar light, just as Lucifer in Isaiah chapter 14, verses 12. Even when Elijah and Moses appeared with Jesus in their spirit form. 23. They were shining as a Shamash sun. In Matthew chapter 17, verses 1 through 3. Mark chapter 9, verses 2 to 3. And Mark chapter 9, verses 28 through 31. All right. So Lucifer, one of the meanings of Lucifer is light bearer. All right. So you have the luster of lust, or the luster of light, or the glittering. All right. So you have these various beings of lights. All right. So 24. And even to the Muslims who claim their prophet Muhammad while in the cave outside of Mecca, they're appearing an illuminating human shape of a man who gave him their holy book, Al-Quran. All right. So notice that all their revelations, all right, is given to them with some type of light and glitter behind it. All right. Even the prophet, all right, or they're always talking to a burning bush, all right, or some type of fire, all right, or luster. 25. Also, in that book, Quran, their own God, Allah, is described as the light, as well as the lamp of fire in Quran, chapter 24, verses 35, 26. So, the God of the Bible and Quran is a being of light, flame, lightning, or fire. 27. The sons of God are angels of light, flame, lighting, fire, which includes Satan or Shaitan, because in the Quran, chapter 15, verses 27, says the jinn, of which Shaitan is one, is created of fire. 28. So the sons of God, or Elohim in Hebrew, and Alahat in Arabic, are all of Narar, fire. 29. And their father God is also El, in Hebrew Allah, in Arabic is of the same, and this includes the devil. They are all of the same nature. 30. Jesus said in Luke chapter 12, verses 49, he comes to send fire. Also in Revelations chapter 22, verses 16, lines Jesus up with Lucifer. Isaiah chapter 14, verses 12, both called sons of the bright morning star, all right, such as the chapter and verse of Amos, chapter 5, verses 26, also Numbers 24, verses 17, and also Revelations chapter 2, verses 28. Again, I say to you, wu-nuwaupians, 31, they worship the God of fire, of Abraham. The fire God was Atar. I could believe me. Check it out. All right. So do your research, all right, about who's who. All right. Don't just take Bob's word for it. He said, go check it out. 32. This is why they always say white is good. Daqul, enter the white light, or white is good. And 33, dark is bad, forgetting that their own God dwelled in darkness before saying, 34, let there be light. In Genesis chapter 1, verses 3, and also Psalms chapter 33, verses 9 through 13. And where did this Lord dwell first? In Psalms chapter 18, verses 9 through 13, and Psalms chapter 97, verses 1 through 4. 35, the gods, Lord, lords, angels are all the same as devils, dragons, be it in Hebrew or Arabic or Greek or Latin or English. From the Farsi or Persian Atar, god of Narar, fire. 36, devil or God or both. You decide. All right. So I would love for our participation in that particular chapter. All right, entitled Narar wu-nuwaup. All right. So what do you get from that scroll? From that chapter. What are you deciding? And what is Baba talking about when he's talking about the fire and the light and these various beings? All right. Rahubat Zamal Kamem still.
Yeah, I will on that one I will choose the darkness rather than the light, because we don't really flex with the God of light and fire. So yeah, we stick to the supreme balance of darkness. The light is for them. The light blinds, as we know. I yield.
Sure. Okay. All right. Would anybody like to expound more on why the darkness is the supreme balancement and the blinding white light? All right. So I like to just summarize it in a nice, quick form. So the spell is in their favor. The truth is in our favor. All right. And when you start to dispel something, you have to go behind the image of what you're looking at. All right. So for example, I can have these two cups. All right. Let's just say they were the same cup. But if you don't investigate, you don't go behind the blinding white light. All right. You could drink poison, because how do you know what the composition of this water is? Of this liquid is. It looks like water, but is it really water? For example. All right. So the spell or the blinding light is in the favor of the ones who have been lying this whole time, because you can play tricks of light. All right. And that's why there's all these distortions. And that's why whenever they made some type of revelation, they always paired it with the light. Because if you read The Art of War, for example, and you're taking over, you're combating someone, you always have light. You always have the person facing the light and you face into the darkness. So when you face into the light blinds you, and you have the advantage as to oppose the team that's looking into the darkness. They can see you coming. The ones that's looking into the light, they won't see you. They'll just see the light. So you can hide a lot of technology. All right. So now we all manifest in a material way. All right. Like I appear to be a sister, a fellow sister. All right. I could be a good sister. I could be a bad sister. All right. So the whole fact of the matter is that by giving you the facts behind, you'll get to see, well, is the darkness in my favor or not? Am I going to hide behind the light, or am I going to step into the darkness? And we're going to go into animism. All right. So when you go into animism, you're going into the very forces that animate our seen world. So you go into the energy behind it. What led up to that? All right. So you're going into the darkness. So that's why we say the dark predates the light, all right, because what's happening behind it. So you're no longer deceived by the blinding light, whether it's a good. So what are you deciding between? You decide the devil, that's 36, the devil or God or both. All right. So you can have a being that could be the devil, could be God or good. It could be good for you. It could be bad for you, or it could have elements of both. All right. So how do you know if you're stuck in the lust of luster? All right. So everything that looks, everything that shimmers is not good for you. All right. Some of the biggest devils that I met was really nice looking people. All right. And it's like, oh, they dress in similar to me. They look similar like me, but it's a whole nother nature. All right. A whole different agenda. So don't get trapped in the lust of luster. All right. Learn to go behind the 9-ball. The 9-ball we learn is the sun. So that was one of Baba's original scrolls, behind the 9-ball. All right. So that means don't get lost in the lust of luster. All right. Because the truth is in our favor. The lies is in, and the light is in their favor. The darkness is in our favor because that's where you find the truth. The light is in the favor of those who lie. All right. So anybody else like to say anything about that chapter? All right. So now we're going to go to chapter 14, called Pa Ramu'u. That's the giants. 1. Rahubat Ayer Marura. Greetings, my beloved. Jewels of my eyes, with Ashuk, divine love, Kanan, grace, Hatat, bliss. I send your way. 2. My Ba soul, to your Ba soul. My Ka spirit, to your Ka spirit. My Haya life, to your Haya life. 3. The Adamites and their many deceptions in the Bible and the Quran by way of mistranslating words and rananat, names, such as the word giants or Ramu'u, giants. You find it 21 times in the English translations. 4. What is sad, wu-nuwaup, wu-nuwaupians, is that none of them use the word giant in Hebrew. Room, tall, right, as in R-U-W-M. Room, tall, as you find in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 10, and verses 21. And Deuteronomy chapter 9, verses 2, and also Deuteronomy chapter 1, verses 28. They all choose other titles, names, attributes. Instead, as you see listed here, as in 2 Samuel's chapter 21, verses 6, 18, 20, and 22. And then you have 1 Chronicles chapter 20, verses 4, verses 6 and 8. And Job chapter 6, verses 14. Genesis chapter 6, verses 4. Numbers chapter 13, verses 33. Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 11. Deuteronomy chapter 20. Deuteronomy chapter 3, verses 11. Deuteronomy chapter 13. Joshua chapter 12, verses 4. Joshua chapter 13, verses 21. Joshua chapter 15, verses 8. Joshua 15, 8. Joshua chapter 17, verses 15. And also Joshua chapter 18, verses 16. 5. You will see as I move forward that they don't use the word tall for giants. They use attributes of tribes and people who some was tall, and those living in those days where the average male was only 5'4" and to be 7 feet or 8 feet or 9 would make you very tall. 6. So many of the extraterrestrials or aliens were tall, as we will see. Here some were giants too. 7. And these Ramu'u giants are found all over the world in many cultures, not just in the Bible. Verse 8. That's money. Okay, 8. To start with, Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. They don't have giants. They have Nephalu or Nephilim, fallen ones, as in fallen angels, which they claim was 200 or 1/3 of their heavens cast out of heavens in Revelation chapter 12, verses 7 through 12. 9. Called also the sons of Elohim, gods, angels, stars, who mated with humanoid women. 10. And birthed a race of Gibore or Jabar, as in tyrants, in Genesis chapter 6, verses 5. If they were 9 feet tall males or taller who raped 4 feet 5-inch females, the penis would have been much too large for her raham womb. And this would mean these sons of Elohims were normal height. 11. Why they don't call them by the Hebrew for tall or for giants. They use the word Nephilim, fallen ones. 12. Next, we will look at the next place giant is used in the English translation, as in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 10 and 21. You will find, or you will see, in Hebrew, a tribe called Emims, who were giants or great and tall. And there is mentioned the Anakim, as in Rapha or Rafahu, healers, those who could heal and cure diseases, is what Rapha means. And in verse 20, use Rapha, who were called Zimums. So you see dialects change their titles. Each had meanings of their own. In Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 2, you again will see great and tall, Rawen tall, and the Anakims, children of one called Anak in Hebrew. Yahweh, Rawen tall, taller than the Hebrews, who were only 5'4" or 4'5". There they saw the sons of the Anakims. All right. So now you're hearing when they started to switch things to English. All right. There was a lot of details that was left very vague. That's another way people lie and hide deceptions. Because what happens is, and that's why I started this group actually, because inside, outside, people, as Baba says, people are going to be people anywhere. People politics are going to be anywhere people are. All right. So I felt that people was playing games with the information. So I said, you know what? Let's just all sit, crack these scrolls up together so we could level this playing field. All right. Because people are speaking very vague ways. And when people speak very vague, it can be confusing. All right. Because they say, oh, yeah, you can go there. And it's like, what does there mean? And then you ask for clarity. And what happens is the way that your mind works is that it will either confuse you or it will help to solidify an ignorance you may already have. All right. Because when you can get clarity and clear definitions of what things are, sometimes it reinforces the spell that's already on you when things are very vague. All right. So now Baba is explaining all these various natures and things that's happening in different families and different groups, how when they translate it to English, they just translated everything to mean tall. All right. And Baba's saying, well, there's various things that's happening. All right. And all these details of what's happening, what's going on with this tribe. And he gave different things of one example is that this word doesn't translate as tall, it translates as fallen one. Another one translate as tyrant. Another one translate as healer. All right. But now when you translate into English, all right, you're just leaving a lot of the details of the story out. All right. And now anybody can hide behind that image a lot easier. All right. So Bible says that you have to learn to be very specific. All right. So we're on 13. So next, wu-nuwaupians, we move on to Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 11. 20, you saw they Rapha. You saw they were Rapha, called Emims. All right. Emims are the ones that's called what? Healers. Rapha, healers. All right. Called Emims in Deuteronomy chapter 3, verses 11. And also verses 13. You again see a ruler named Og of Bashan. He was a Rapha, and also his bed was 18.75 feet long and 8.33 feet wide. So he was a Rahu, a giant, the land of the giants. 14. And in the Safa book of Joshua, you see giants used 5 times as Rapha, the word for cure or healed in Hebrew, as the angel Raphael is always translated as El has cured. All right, so that's more proof of what that word means. All right, so Raphael, all right, El has cured. All right, he's taking you back to the root so you can learn to recognize when somebody's being very vague, or now we're going to learn how to see specifics no matter the form. So even in the name. All right. So 15. So it does not translate as giants. It's healers or cure. 16. Now we next look at 2 Samuel's chapter 21, verses 16. We see Rapha and repeated verses 16, 18, 20, and 22. And these Rapha had 6 fingers and toes on each side. 17. So if Adam was created, made in the image of God Elohim, who made him, in Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 to 27, and Adam had 5 fingers and 5 toes on each side, then whose image were these Rapha mentioned in? They were aliens. 16. Now we move on to Chronicles chapter 20, verses 4. Again, we see Rapha as well as the rest of First Chronicles chapter 20, verses 4, verses 6, and verses 8. 17. In Numbers chapter 13, verses 33, you see giants, yet what is in Hebrew is Nephilim. Nephilim means fallen one, and these are called the sons of Anak or Anak in the first parts. Verse 33, that's Numbers chapter 13, verses 33, which reads, and there we saw the Nephilim or Nephalu, fallen ones. Then it goes on to say of Anak, which come of the Gabar or tyrants. So now what I'm picking up from what Baba is showing, yes, you had giants that came down, but you had all these different nature beings that came down. All right. So it's not just one group. That's what I'm seeing, or one event. All right. So different things is happening to the genes. All right. 18. And Job chapter 16, verses 19 has Rebor as in tyrants. So you see my Karadu, Shalil, wu-nuwaup, children of wu-nuwaup. As people read the English translations, they have no idea who these Kamayu alien extraterrestrials really are, as all they see over and over is giants, and won't even question that. Who are they? What are they? 19. Where did they come from? Being not of Adam and Eve's seed, they had or have 6 fingers and toes. How is that? So, wu-nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup, take your time and look up each. Check so you get a clear understanding. All right. So now don't let people play no more vague games with you. All right. And it's like liars hate to be questioned. "21. You will find their tribal names listed in the Bible. 1. Raphim is healers. 2. Imim, terrible ones. 3. Horem or Horem, pale whites. 4. Zazumim, powerful ones. 5. Awim or Avim is vigorous ones. 6. Anakim, known as Anunnaki. 22. They seek to hide the Hakak al-Hakak, actual fact that the Adamus Salal, Adamite race of whites and reds, was made by Kamahu, aliens. 23. As you see, the sons of gods or Elohims is the sons of Anakim or Anunnaki of Anu. 24. They know that they are not the same as all others on Taha earth. They must avoid all fatah, natural nature. They must, 1, avoid the sun rays, and also 2, avoid salt water. These natural parts of nature will kill them. This is a known fact about Caucasian race or the Caucasoid race. And the funny thing is, those are 2 very healing things for us Nagaru. You feel sick, you go into the salt water. Very healing. Pulls the toxins right out of your body. All right. Go in the sun. All right. That helps to reset your DNA. All right. 25. It's known that they were to stay in the red zone of Zupu, being their bodies had all kinds of maratat, diseases that would and did kill many of the people of color. 25. Their Bible also points out that they are the cursed seed of lepers, of Canaanites, as you read of the giants, the lands they lived. And what was the land of the Canaanites? 26. And to find their lion curse, all you have to do is read in Genesis chapter 9, verses 25, then Leviticus chapter 13, verses 1 through 59, and also Leviticus chapter 14, verses 33 through 34. Don't believe me. Check it out. 27. They call them Seraphim and Cherubim, or Malakim, owners, both in Hebrew and in Arabic. You decide. All right, Moisa. Who would like to unmute? What's happening in that chapter, and what are you actually deciding on? So when you get all these details, right, it lets you know just how various things became untuned. All right. So as you lose details, you lose the how did something come about? What happened? Exactly when did something take place? All right. So the more facts you have on something, you are more apt to know how something came about. You have more texture. All right. More science behind this. All right. This cup. When you keep it very vague and people have very vague language, I don't know what's in the cup. I don't know how it came about. I don't know who prepared it. I don't know what factory this came from, etc., etc. All right. So, Baba is also letting you know to learn to critically think, ask better questions, become more specific. All right. And you'll see that the Caucasian is riddled with all kinds of diseases. All right. They're very out of tune because so many things has happened to them. All right. And then you could see, like, for sometimes for us, we come in contact with unnatural things. We go into nature, and nature helps to pull the unnatural things out of us. All right. Now, some of us become too unnatural. Like, for them, their very identity is totally unnatural. So, if your identity is built on unnatural, you'll just be taken out with the unnatural. Some of us are inflicted by unnatural, so we go back to nature and we heal. All right. In the specifics. All right. So that's where our healing comes from. And some of us, we may have too much of that identity on us and not enough of natural genes. So that's why Baba said that many people of color have also died from those various diseases as well. All right. And how it got into the Caucasian. So let's move on to chapter 15. Chapter 15 is entitled Pa Yasar the Family. 1. I greet you all with Ashuk, divine love, Kanan grace, Hatat bliss, and blessings. You are Karadu, children of the sun. You are Mukmanu, Melanites. You are the last chance for your own people and any others who will accept Pa Hakakal Hakakat, the actual facts, and lay out the next 24,000-year Dawarat cycles from the year 2000 AD. Year 1 of the next 4 Dawarat cycles of 6,000 years of the next 24,000 years. Our time only if you make it happen by renewing our story. All right. So there's a responsibility and for us to make it happen. All right, by the very sun cycle. So this is the importance of us embodying and becoming, all right, because we're hoping to raise their standards and ushering our people into this new paradigm of this sun cycle. All right. 2. Ashmu, listen to me, true devoted wu-nuwaup, true devoted loyal wu-nuwaup of wu-nuwaup, who stand by me, Panabab Yanan, the master teacher. That is directed to anyone who has Asuya rebelled and departed from us. 3. There are words out. All right. So now this is a call to return. That's in our song, our Patarak song. Return to yourselves. Accept what is yours. All right. So that means that we have lingered off. That's the call to come back home. All right. That's what this symbol means. Return to yourself. All right. Those who have departed, come back home. All right. And who we have rebelled, right? Many of us rebelled in many ways. All right. And that's where the healing comes, because we can reform. That's why Baba, one of his hats is the reformer. All right. To reform something that might have been deformed, you take it apart and put it back. All right. That's like the monoatomic particles, which we could read about in Mafkuza Elixir of Life, rhodium and iridium. All right. One works to unscramble the DNA. It has the ability to unscramble the DNA and put it back together in its proper form. And that's what happens, all right, when we get in these facts. We have the ability, even if we rebelled, all right, You see what's wrong. Time to reform yourselves around the facts. Rather than hide from the facts, reform yourself around it. All right. So it's a call to heal. All right. A lot of people, they're busy condemning yourself. You don't have to condemn yourself. Just reform yourself. All right. So two, Ashma, listen to me, true, devoted, loyal wu-nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup who stand by me. Pa Nabab Yanan, the master teacher. This is directed to anyone who has Asuya rebelled and departed from us. 3, there are words out, a rumor that a descendant of my own has arisen from your midst who proclaim that he or she is equal to myself. 4, let this actual fact be known. I, Pa Nabab Yanun, the master teacher, am a male, and I have XY chromosomes. I have male genetics. I have male deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, the basic chromosome material containing and transmitting the hereditary pattern. 5, in the female, which is XX chromosome, she has female genetics. She also has DNA, yet as a female, and only females by way of their mitochondrial DNA pass on their salafal, yakasat, ancestral genes. We males don't do that. Only vanastasu, zazatatu, feminine women, females, and mudatatu, mothers. 6, so any of the many offspring by myself, as for a female, none will inherit my ancestors. They will only inherit the inheritance of their mother's mitochondrial DNA. 7, both my sons and my daughters only inherit Salafu ancestors, descend from their mother's side, not mine. 8, they may inherit some of my physical traits, my physical characteristics, yet none of my sakamat's powers or mental state. For all intensive purposes, they are their mother's seed. 9, so those who pretend to be like me must overstand. I am of 3 beings in one, and they will only inherit from Malachi Kabina York, or Malachi Kabina Okran York, Dr. York. They will not inherit from Yanun as a Razaku. They will not inherit from Jahutwi, which is a Natalu, and they will not inherit from Ningashazia and the Anunnaki. 10, this is the reason none of my sons or daughters are like myself. I see in each of them their mothers, which is not a bad thing. It's a normal thing. So let's just stop here for a minute. What Baba is stating is not just true for himself. This is true for any male. All right. The male does not have the power to pass on certain aspects of the genes. All right. Specifically, when you hear the word sakam, sakam is also another word for power. That's what you tap into when you're breathing. Absorb the sakam, power. Where do you find the power in the cell? For all cells, you find it in the mitochondrial DNA. All mitochondrial DNA, it powers all the other cells. That's where your information center. So even if a male passes on his Y chromosome, it will still submit to the mitochondrial, all right, of whatever is entering, the female that is entering. So for example, the Baba, he's pulling his sakam from his mother, for example. So he inherited the sakam from his mother, actually. He inherited certain features from both sides, all right, certain physical features. But how he uses those features is really dependent on the sakam that's powering it. So now when he passes that Y along, I'm just saying if he has a son, right? His Y, even though he inherited from his father, the mitochondrial DNA which he got from his mother is what actually powers it. So at the tail of the sperm, that's where most of the mitochondrial DNA is. It's in the tail of the sperm, because you need a lot of energy to move, but the egg has a lot more. All right, millions of mitochondrial DNA, and the sperm doesn't even have 100. All right, and most of the mitochondrial DNA is going to be in the tail. So let's say he's passing a Y. It's powered by his mother's side, inherited from his dad's side, but still powered by his mother's side. Now, when that Y makes it into that egg, I'm just saying if it's a Y, it could be an X2, but I like to talk about the Y because that's specific milk. So once that Y makes it into the egg, it will surrender its tail because the tail doesn't go into the egg. All right. Whatever mitochondrial DNA goes dormant, and the new mother to be takes over. So it starts to direct that Y after that. So you're always at the mercy and the direction of that mitochondrial DNA, all right, which we get from our mothers. So we are that ancestral line is really the mother's side. That's why we validated ourselves through our mothers at one time, all right, because that mitochondrial DNA never mixes, but that nucleic DNA is mixing all the time. So you get a little bit of her features, a little bit of his features, but you actually get that that mentality is coming from that Sakem. All right. So when you hear the secret word is power. That's the secret word. All right. So let's read that again. So 8, they may inherit some of my physical traits, my physical characteristics, yet none of my Sakamat's powers or mental state. For all intensive purposes, they are their mother's seed. All right. Your mitochondrial DNA is considered the powerhouse of your cells. You do not get the powerhouse from your father because his goes dormant. So all men and women have mitochondrial DNA, but men will never pass theirs. All right. And the daughters passed it. The daughters are always passing the mitochondrial DNA. And that's why it's so important that we have to heal the women again. All right. Because how you're going to use that DNA or how you're going to misuse it really goes into the mentality of that mitochondrial DNA. All right. So, and it can lead to even dysfunctions. All right. So just take any biology and go look at that. All right. So now Baba is explaining why his children, many of them pretend to be his successor. All right. And they just misleading themselves and also other people. And he said it's impossible. All right. They're going to get their power and spirituality away from their mothers. So you have to learn to respect our mothers. And I remember Baba saying also, this is how deep the spell is. This is all the layers of the spell. I remember Baba saying that he didn't pass any mitochondria to not one of his children. He didn't pass any mafkuzet to any of his children. So in many people's mind, it said, oh, they don't have mafkuzet. I don't know. Some people have mafkuzet. Can his children have mafkuzet? I would say yes, a possibility. It's just that he didn't pass it. So if they got any mafkuzet that's active in them, it would have came by way of their mothers. But we didn't even consider that. All right. Because that's where Baba's mafkuzet came from, his mother's. And we say, as we learn from the golden children, that some children are born with their active mafkuzet, but certain decisions of not knowing who and what we are, we can deactivate it. So when Baba said, I didn't pass my mafkuzet to none of my children, a lot of people just said, oh, none of his children have mafkuzet. All right. I don't know. He didn't say they have it. He didn't say that they don't have it. He just said he didn't pass it. So we're not even considering our mothers. All right. Or biology. All right. So are some of the women turned on? I don't know. You know, that's not, but that was never stated either way. And no one ever asked. All right. So, because the woman can be turned on. All right. You can reactivate your mouth, Kuzet. And then there's many ways. All right. So 9. So those who pretend to be like me must overstand. I am a 3 beings in one. And they will only inherit from Malachi, Kabina, York, Dr. York. And they will not inherit from Yanun, Razaku. They will not inherit from Zahuti, Nadaru. And they will not inherit from Ningazira, Anunnaki. 10. This is the reason none of my sons or daughters are like myself. I see in each of them their mothers, which is not a bad thing. It's a normal thing. 11. I was to have 100 offspring. Some will develop from me as I pass on to them a higher degree of fahum, overstanding. 12. Yet I can pass to them mudadatu, mother's extended haya life, and teach any of our shakasu people these kadashat secrets. Yet it will only be passed on to the true and devoted from among Pa Munuwapu, Shalil, Wu-Nuwaup, the Nuwapians of Wu-Nuwaup. And Nuwapians, you can fool me, you can fool me, as in Malachi York. Yet you cannot fool, that's Kashush, fool the 3. I have been fooled by many over the years. That's why I'm in prison. Never again. All right. So Baba is explaining as well. It's not that his children can't be it's not that his children can't be included. They can definitely be included. All right. But what is to pass is going to be passed on to those who are devoted. It's not something that Baba it's like, it's not your birthright, so to speak. And it's like, well, that's my father, so I have the right to this. It's like, no, you have the right to it by way of your devotion of actually being that. So you have to actually be it. You have to embody it. All right. And that means that we're all working side by side. That's why I just sit here as a fellow Sabian sister, and I don't hold any type of relationships over people's head. To me, it's really no one's business. All right. Because how does that help me? How does that help you? All right. It doesn't. But if we come together and we work on ourselves, all right, then I can embody that, all right, and help others along the way. Because I'm smart enough to know that Baba explained also this is a genetic doctrine and goes as far as your genetics allow you to go. And that's why I do my best to be hopeful. So perhaps you'll help me along. I hope you're along, you help me along. All right. And then we become this thing together. All right. I'm working on myself. All right. I'm devoting myself. And it's a work in progress. So if his children have to do it, that means we all have to do it. All right. Because being a child of him, you see, that doesn't guarantee. It's your devotion that does. All right. So 13, those who join their Rana name to mine, there will with mine, Hasmuni. So those who join their Rana name to mine, their will with mine, adding to Nak Saduk, trust. Adding that to Saduk, trust them, is actually to trust me too. They will be. Let me read again. I'm tripping. All right. So 13. Those who join their Rana name to mine, their will with mine, adding to Saduk, trust them, is actually to trust me too. 14. They be their own offspring, or others who also pretend to be of me only delude people and themselves. 15. You don't have to be of my matal sperm, semen, to be of me. My karadu children are all who live their lives by way of wu-nuwaup and proud to be nuwaupian in all ways. All right. So Baba explained that biologically these children belong to the mothers. All right. So spiritually the children belong to him. So you don't have to be of his sperm to be considered part of his family. So we're talking about spiritual family. All right. Because we already know that the mother in the physical realm, that's her family. All right. And that's why we have I have also heard that the woman is physical and the man is spiritual. All right. That's how you bond. All right. Spiritually, mentally, how you live. All right. So proud to be Nuwaupians in all ways. So those, we're in verse 16. So those claims are those who delude themselves and any who seek to deceive that they are the elect because of their genes or hung around me in the old expired schools from 1970 to 2000. The true doctrine did not start until 2000 until now. All right. So that's why, like, I just left. I'm not even going to answer that sister. She asked me if I knew Baba. All right. Baba got locked up in 2002. All right. That means anybody who's hanging around Baba, that doesn't mean that you are of the elect ones. All right. That's something that we all have to work on. Just because you're his own child physically doesn't mean that you're of the elect ones. It doesn't mean you're not either. All right. Because we're not going to put new school against old school, Baba's biological family against his spiritual family, because that's COINTELPRO. We're not going to play that. All right. But at the same time, we're going to be specific that that's not something that you can hold over people. All right. And all the letters and all the things and the personal things that me and Baba share, that's not a status that I can hold, because that's not really an elite. That's a personal thing. All right. But it doesn't mean it's that I can be elite. But that's not something that you can just hold. People hold positions and titles. All right. And to me, that's how you cheapen it. All right. So now listen, 17. Those are my companions of the hereafter doctrine, wu-nuwaup. 18. There has never been an equal to me, and how and what I, Lamud, teach to you, none before me and none after us in this entire Wahu Makwan universe. All right, Baba explained another thing. In order to be someone's successor, you have to teach something new. There's no way that you'll be able to teach something new without it being a lie or a distortion. All right. So the reality is that Baba taught things that wasn't taught in this day and time. All right. So he was a successor to bring us to the next stage. All right. So now that we have brought to the next stage, the only thing to do after that is to cooperate. There's no need for another successor. It's time to apply. All right. And to be and to become. It's time to be that. All right. And be that together. So no one has to sit as somebody else's superior. All right. Everybody has their place and time. So it's like I when I think of the body, I don't look at my eyeballs as superior to my heart, or my heart superior to my eyeballs, because I want all the functions of my body to work together without any type of competition. I don't want any cancer in my body where this cell is going against that cell. I want them all to play their divine place and time to the collective body. All right. And that's where we're being directed to. All right. So 18, there has never been an equal to me, and how and what I, Lamud, teach to you, none before me and none after us in this entire Wahoo Makwan universe. 19. My Yasar family are those of you who accept what I came to teach without a doubt. 20. My family are those of you who teach what I have taught you. 21. My family are those of you who become one with me in wu-nuwaup as Nuwapians, the family. 22. We live for, of, and by one another. Our rules are found in our book Patarak, the way. All right, that's our most holy scripture. All right, that's why we're having a hard time, because we're having a hard time because we all have deviations. We all deviated to some degree. So I have my way of doing things, my way of seeing things. You have your way of doing things. And if we really had it all together, our lives would be so much better than it has been. But a lot of times we're committed to these various distortions. So Baba is hoping to remove these distortions and taking us back to the way. All right, so you see all these distortions that came. We get back on that bridge to salvation. That's the name of the scroll. And you get back to the way. All right. So now there's no room for conflict anymore. All right. Because we're living for, of, and by one another in accordance to our rules of the way. And our rules of the way is based on the facts of life. We're not going to ignore the facts anymore. And that's why the facts are in our favor. All right. The spell was in those extraterrestrials that was coming to play the games on this planet. The spell's in their favor, or the Adamites' favor, where the truth is in our favor. All right. And we're going back to the way. All right. So you're not just going to hide behind Baba's luster. All right. I'm Baba's wife, or I'm Baba's child, or I've been around for this amount of years. Okay. All right. That's hiding behind the luster. All types of people have been attracted. There's positive children. There's negative children. There's wives that have been for him. That was wives that's not for him. There's people, wherever people are. All right. So you learn to see, you learn to stop being blinded by the luster. So people can't play those games. All right. And you do your best to avoid the temptation of playing those games as well. All right. So 23, I have Razuka provided Haduyan guidance from our oversouls, Pamruzaku, the ones who provide, which led you from Takak faith, Akkad belief, to fact, and your true fate. And now no one can fool you with other religions. All right. And that's why I love our scrolls, because I had a lot of misconceptions throughout the years. I was able to reorder a lot of thinking. All right. A lot of improvement has happened as such. And the more I've applied, the more facts that I've applied to my life, the more I've progressed. All right. So, for example, so what we have accepted has been distortions or deviations that shortened our lives, divided up our families, and such and such. All right. That's where the healing comes and the mending comes. We're mending our bodies. That's why we have the word complete union. Complete union. And then you realize all the disconnect, things that you hide about yourself from yourself. And then you learn to accept everybody's role in the place and time. All right. And now you're getting over, what is that called? Hang-ups. All right. And you accept the nature for what it is. And everybody's unique place and time. All right. And that's all the way. That's part of the way. All right. So 24. And as for those whom the Adamite race and the black devils tricked back into the wicked, evil world, brought you all from ignorance into hakakat, Facts, wu-nuwaup. 25, yet whispers, slanders, gossipers of the devil brought some back into Jewish, Christian, or Muslim and religions of spookism and fictions, blind, deaf, and dumb. '26. Wu-nuwaup, not me. Listen to this. It's a very important verse. 26. Wu-nuwaup, not me, has cleaned those who obey from every unclean thing. Yet the devils and helper polluted them by offering them immorality in his world of deception, and they departed. And those who are followers, their lives are only disastrous, while they pretend to be happy and watch those they love suffer for the betrayal of Panabab Yananan. It was not worth what is happening in their lives. All right. So a lot of the decisions that people had. All right. So for example, we'll use the example of proper breathing. We have a whole book dedicated to how to breathe properly. All right. Which most of us didn't. All right. So now you have the science of how you put together. And it's just for you to apply it. So Baba is saying it's the information that's healing you and applying it. It's not Baba. And a lot of people like to scapegoat Baba. I'm just going to stand close to Baba. And because I know him, I'm good. And it's like, I know a lot of people like that. Very nice, sweet people. And they're like, I've been knowing Baba for 40 years. I've been knowing Baba for a long time, whatever the case is. And they didn't read one book or anything. And they're very nice people, but they're not able to apply any healing to their lives. They just think if I stand next to Baba, it's good. It's good. And it's like Baba's saying, wu-nuwaup. That's what's healing you. All right. And that's why Baba said the helping hand is at the end of your own arm. All right. So Baba, as Ptah, his job is to spark you. Your job is to respond. All right. So like Africa has call and response. All right. And that's how nature is. So this is the call. Many call, few are chosen, few respond. All right. Few actually live it. And then they're just like, but I did this for you. I gave all this money. I gave all my time. And he says, I don't know you because you never took the time to actually apply and to heal. All right. So that's why when somebody's like, did you ever meet him physically? It's like, so, what does that have to do with anything? All right. There's plenty of people who are very sickly and they know Baba. And there's many people who connected to Baba's saying, never met him, and they feel close because they've made great strides in their life. And there's all these people that's pretending to be happy and they're not. All these balloon ceremonies, after balloon ceremony. Notice how we ran to get the vaccine. Did we run to live the culture? No. All right. Did we run to apply things? And it's not to condemn anybody. It's just us being really honest with a self-assessment. And there's things that I didn't apply still, So I'm not pointing out at anybody that doesn't apply to us all in some shape or form. All right. But what I did apply, I did notice improvement. All right. What I'm struggling to apply, I'm like, okay, once I get past that, I'm going to improve even more. All right. So when you know a fact and you apply it to your life, you reform. All right. So 26, wu-nuwaup, not me, has cleansed those who obey from every unclean thing. Yet the devil and helpers polluted them by offering them immorality in his world of deception. And they departed. And those who are followers, their lives are only disastrous while they pretend to be happy and watch those they love suffer for the betrayal of Panabab Yananan. It was not worth what is happening in their lives. I did not, 27, I did not stop or cut off wu-nuwaup, or I, Panabab Yananan, the master teacher, who am now much stronger and far many more stand with me than in the past with the betrayers. All right. So Baba's betrayers are in the past, right? Those who stand with Baba is in his future. So when people bring up the past to show that they have more clout over you, that's irrelevant. All right. So just dismiss that. I'm not saying argue with them, but they might need to heal past their own delusions. It's all delusional. Don't get lost in those delusions, because it's going to be a distraction for your own healing. All right. Because a decision could change a person's whole fate. All right. So I've had people do that. You know, be nice to me and I'll put in a good word about you to Baba. And I just laugh. All right. I don't care about that. Because now if I don't appease you, going to put a bad word in? Why don't I just authentically show up? All right. And my energy will speak for itself. And so would anybody else's. So that's why I don't think I could put a good word or a bad word in for anybody. It's just those of us who are doing our very best to live the culture. We make way for each other. And I'll be able to testify, for example, what has been a hindrance and what has been helpful in my journey. And so can everybody else. All right. And we're either making way for our culture or we're hindrance to it. All right. And that's for us to be realistic about the parts we play in our own lives, in the community, and then also the parts that people have played. All right. Because you'll find yourself, if you're really serious about your growth, you'll end up avoiding that which is not helpful to you. All right. And it won't be relevant. That which is, you'll build together. Right. So that's an example. So 27, I did not stop or cut off wu-nuwaup. Or I, Pa-Nabab Yananandam, as a teacher, who am now much stronger and far many more stand with me than in the past with the betrayers. All right. Because now how do you know how to stand with Baba? Baba just explained a few verses before. He considers those who stand with him spiritually. He doesn't consider those who stand with him physically. Although you can be both. But those who stand spiritual, because he even said that he considers his children those who are spiritual connected. He doesn't consider those who are just merely physically, although you can be spiritually and physically. All right. But it's the spiritual, those who live by what he's bringing. That's who he considers his family. So Baba's saying that there's many more that stand with him now than in the past. All right. So don't be deceived by the appearances of things or the blinding light. Go behind the luster of lust. All right. So 28, the seed of Adamites snatched their virtues as they took their very Ba'ahu souls, now living by Khatat's body and Ka's spirit only. All right. Baba says many of us have already lost our soul because we don't even care no more. All right. So many of us now live by body and spirit. All right. Spirit is like your personal wants, your personality. All right. And then your body is your impulses. But soul is living by compassion. All right. Cooperation. How many people are compassionate in cooperation to consider the collective? All right. So people are physically here. They might even be spiritually here. All right. Because I like this, But a lot of us, some of us are the body's there, but there's no one home. All right. So we had to redeem our souls again. All right. So 29, their lies overwhelming them. They gather, call each other Yasar family, while they hate one another inward, only seeking to find out what way they can profit from each other. This is what they have become. All right. I don't collect any money in this group. I don't collect personal information. I'm not saying that won't change, because I don't know, we might need to come together. But at this time, I'm not doing that. All right. Because I want us to learn to care for each other again. All right. I read the scrolls, and then Baba, I just don't want to hold myself to that, fall victim to that. Because what I do to other people, I'm doing to myself. All right. And I also have Baba writing me letters talking about the money games that people play. I'm like, I don't want to risk doing that. All right. Where we exploit the good nature of all these people, and people come to feed off of that. Where's a soul? All right. So this is what we have become. All right. 30. Others try to hide from them and us and pretend all is well in the white man's world. All right. So some of us come together only to benefit and feed off of each other. All right. I like attention. I want to be seen. I want to be important. Come admire me. Or I want to have sex with people. You know, I'm going to say a few things. Drop your drawers. Or I need to make money. All right. So I know to say the right things to people. Now they all open. Now they cash apping me, and I can go pay my own personal bills without any consideration of us. All right. So these are the different games that is played amongst us. All right. Not everybody. I'm just saying it's played, as Baba says. That's what many of us have become. And then you have the other segment that they heard this information, but then they try to hide from it. And then they run back to the corporate or whatever type of world and pretend that they're just going to blend in. And it's not. They live a very hard life. Because once you know something, it's never the same. All right. When you don't apply it, that's devastating. All right. So others try to hide from them and us and pretend all is well in the white man's world. 31. Hate and animosity rules them with a Basam smile on the outside. 32. Some of them I, Lamura, taught to be benevolent, yet now they have turned into his minions, demons, and then they demote themselves into the lowest depravity. All right. So some of us that Baba said he taught personally himself, some of them have sunk to the most depraved things. All right. So when you think of depravity, just leave it to your imagination. All right. So what things are people are doing to themselves, each other, the environment, whatever. All right. 33. Will they ever admit that they use my fame to attract others to satisfy their lustful perversions of their perverted and akalat minds, their sick fantasies? All right. So some people, they attach to Baba. All right. I've been around for quite a while, and I've seen people come and go. All right. And I don't think, let me keep that opinion to myself. But I feel like because of everything that we have been exposed to, that if we're not careful, a lot of us can fall victim to these very things. All right. Because sometimes attention can be addictive. And Baba says what happens is that a person will first they start off by putting his picture up. Then they start putting their picture beside him. And then you notice that his picture fades. And then they're there, you know. And I remember Baba was telling me about this brother who Baba was very helpful to this brother for a long time. And the brother used to praise Baba a lot, but then he got attention and people will come and they want to listen to him. Slowly but surely, Baba was out the picture altogether, and Baba said, I guess he doesn't need me anymore. That's what he said to me. But I tried to warn the brother, and the brother didn't listen. I'm not going to say who the brother is, but now he's in prison, that brother, because he was doing a lot of things he shouldn't do. He was addicted to the power of attention. And Baba tried to warn him too. So, you know, and it's like I've seen the same thing happen over and over. So I don't want to see it happen no more. So that's why I'm gonna read the scrolls. So you're not a victim to the other people's doings and also your own. All right. Because I don't think it takes a bad person to do that. It just takes a weak person. And you learn to make yourself stronger so you can overcome. All right. The temptations. Because we've been put down so much. And when you finally find out that you're somebody, sometimes that pendulum just swings the other way. And it swings in a very destructive way. All right. So you need that reminder. All right. Stay in touch with that soul. All right. So will they ever admit that they use my fame to attract others to satisfy their lustful perversions and the perverted inner akalat's minds and their sick fantasies? 34. The race of Adamites used them to bring down Tamaray, to stop me from building an independent Takwam nation, a safe place for our own, a place where our own could finally come and survive without depending on the Adamites. All right. That was the whole purpose of that land. A place for us. All right. We're going to have to do it again because you see the state of affairs in this world. As Baba said, that the rug is going to be pulled abruptly, and he's trying to get us out the way. All right. Things are going to hit the fan. All right. And the Adamite world, they're not needed anymore. So they're going to turn back into food. All right. And for us, we should have been unmingled from them by now. And that was a safe space to do it. All right. So a lot of us were recruited, all right, against our own interest. 35. The race of wu-nuwaup devils used them to try and stop the spread of what I came to teach, to have me killed in prison, knowing if they published all over, as they did, the lies of me being a pedophile, the one thing that inmates kill inmates over, that I would surely die. And my demand would not be on their yadatui hands. All right. So Bob was talking about the plot. All right. So let's send him to prison, accuse him of pedophilia. And Baba actually had to physically fight at times. But then people get to know him, and actually they had to move him to solitary confinement because he was actually able to, wherever he goes, he's able to transcend that because of the Ashuk. All right. But this was a plot to stop it. All right. So 36. What they overlooked is how many inmates knew the man I was and how my life was an open book. My many wives and children, many had read many of my books and saw me teach and knew I was not a pedophile. So that evil plot failed. So they locked me to the highest max penitentiary, cut off all those who wanted to write or call or visit. Yet that did not work because, again, they overlooked that I am a consul general diplomat, agent number 003828-04 with diplomatic immunities. So again, they failed. All right. So Baba on record, he's a diplomatic. He's a diplomat, a general diplomat. All right. So they tried to isolate, because with Baba, for example, when I was around, when I first came around, I got to know Baba through the letters. And I like that. I like getting to know Baba through the letters. Because to me, it's like you getting straight into someone's mind. All right. So to me, it was less distractions. And it was like, I needed that, you know. But then what ended up happening was that they cut Bob off, so now people can't call him. Only but a small selected few can't write them. All right. So every time that they try to cut him off, it doesn't really foil out. And the funny thing is, all right, that I'm not going to say who it is, but I was at the time Baba, his writing privileges, like now, it was interrupted, but I just felt a strong pull to Baba. I felt a strong pull. I was like, I got to get in contact with Baba. And one person, they were acting like they were being helpful, but really, like, it's the power games. So instead of just helping me, it's like, yeah, I'll help you out. Just call me tomorrow. Then I called them tomorrow because they were able to contact Baba. And then they just said really nasty. They said, why don't you work on your spiritual relationship? Like, to throw it in my face that I could write him and you can't. And the funny thing is, I was just like, they said it in a nasty way, but truth is truth. And I was like, but they're right. I should work on my spiritual relationship. So that's why I started to like take my breathing exercise more seriously. I started to chant. And guess what? After I was breathing and I think about Baba, I send my thoughts and everything like that, I got a letter. And then he wrote me. All right. And then I was like, wow, it really works. So the funny thing is, all the games that's meant to hinder Baba, a lot of the times, because in another scroll, Baba says, you didn't conspire. It was me that conspired. As far as like natural nature is going to play out. And a lot of times the very forces that's meant to hinder it ends up pushing it forward. So like even like the Adamites, you notice that they're dying by their own hands. All right. So every negative thing, it ends up foiling out the negative. So sometimes like certain things that was meant to hinder, even for myself, it made me stronger because it made me graduate faster. Probably if me being hindered actually made me graduate to another state faster. So the thing is, there's no foiling because you can't stop the natural cycles of time. Everything that you do, you realize you're ushering it in another way, because when you're anticipating it this way, it ends up happening that way. It's already accounted for in the all. All right. So 37. All this our own did working with the Adamu, Adamites, not caring about all others on the Sadak land, nor Zazazu men, Zazatatu women, and Karadu children, who may have been killed that day on May 8, 2000 AD in Eatonton, Georgia. All right. So Baba's saying that our own worked with the Adamites, not caring about their own friends, family, children who may have been killed. Because when you know about the raid, they went there with body bags. When you hear the events that happened with the children, how they held guns to the children's heads. All right. It was the biggest raid in history at that time. All right. And the helicopters coming down. All right. So they didn't think about that when they worked with the Adamites. All right. They did not care that all those people had nowhere to go, no money, no transportation, some with newborns or very young children. They did not care, as they pretended it was about child molestation, which they themselves practiced and still do, being the Adamites took their confessions of acts of pedophilia and promised them, if you lie on Mr. York, who they want, we will make a deal with you to go free. And that is what they did. All right. So Baba said, take time to study the case. All right. Some of the accusers have been given immunity. Right. One such example is Nicole Lopez. Nicole Lopez, she's been on like different TVs and coach shows, for example. Her brother as well, which is Tariq Noel, and the mother. And on record, because I saw the transcript where she was asked if she ever she was kicked off the land supposedly for engaging in sexual activity with multiple teenage boys when she was in her 20s. And she was asked if she was a pedophile, and she said no. And then they said, well, did you touch underage people? She said yes. But they made an agreement with her that if you lie on Baba, on Malachi York, we'll let you go. All right. And then we'll make a deal. So even like Habiba Washington, even though now Habiba, she's making shows about how she escaped a cult. But a few years before then, around maybe 2010, around that time, or maybe before that, I think 2008. Yeah, in 2008, she made a whole confession of why some people. She said it was a whole conspiracy, how they all got together, they plotted, and they said, let's come up with this and let's do that. And she already didn't feel like being in the community was for her. And she had problems with Malachi, but it had nothing to do with molestation. I was one of his wives at one point. And she said how they made promises that they'll make a lot of money, get book deals, they become famous, make movie deals, television deals. They had these they offered them all of these promises. And the funny thing is they didn't deliver those promises. So they sold out their own progress and our master teacher, our land and everything, only to struggle up to this very day. All right. So some people, they so deep in. All right. They didn't become the millionaires that they thought, but it's like they're a slave to that lie now. They're a slave to keep it going. All right. So they promised once the case was over, you will get lots of money from Mr. York. They lied to them and took the land, took the money, took myself and sisters they knew, yet gave them nothing. All right. And then also Baba's a multimillionaire as well. So some people, they think they're going to get Baba and they're going to get Baba's money. So either payments from the government or Baba's money himself. All right. But they're sadly mistaken. All right. So 39. If it was really about child molestation, then ask yourself, why did they let the ones who confess to pedophilia go free in the Tapao world? If it's a documented sickness, then they let them go out to abuse more children. Think. All right. So Baba's saying that if it was really about child molestation, there's people in the very organization that admitted to molesting children. So why is Baba the only one sitting in prison? He's saying, think about that. All right. It had nothing to do with child molestation. It had to do with them stopping that progress. All right. 40. And in the end, wu-nuwaup is doing better than ever. I am doing better than ever. And Tamaray will rebuild better than before. All right. Why? I say, why is that? Because we have the benefit of what has happened already. All right. No more deceptions. You can't fool me again. All right. So when people try to hold over, like, did you sit with the teacher? Did you walk with the teacher? All kinds of people walk with the teacher, devils and devoted people alike. All right. So now we're going to weed all that out and weed that out from ourselves moving forward. All right. From our own selves and from our environment. Because you can't fool us again. All right. So 41, Mudwao, devil only deceived them back into his world, into the beds of whites and his diseases, while their karadu, children lose their minds to know what their mudatatu, mothers, did to many. All right. There's like rough parts of what has happened. And it's no secret that we're all here suffering. It's hard to be a child. I'm happy I'm not a child anymore. I'm just imagining like being a child right now. The families are broken down. People are so much more for themselves than ever before. And then there's a culture that we're not witnessing our parents live to its entirety, and we're having to interface and go to school amongst these devils and be at the mercy. That could be really hard on children, you know. And then to also know, because these children are of age now, to know what their mothers actually did, because our own people played a part in our own demise, and to have that weight on your shoulder, that's your very mother, all right, then that's enough to make children lose their minds. All right. So notice that Baba said they lose their minds to know what their mothers did to so many. All right. Baba said that it's the women that have something to do with him being locked up, and it's also the women that have something to do with his freedom. All right. So some people appear close to Baba. They may not be. They may not be. All right. In reality, I don't know, but the reality is Baba is specifically saying the mothers did to many, the children are losing their mind. All right. So Baba did say in an update that it's the women. And he said also that the war on this planet is really between women. All right. And that's why it's so important as the sisters, as we heal, all right, and start embodying and raise the standards and set the tone again. All right. So 42, helping the white man abuse black people, doing their own thing, free of them, curse be them all. All right. So you inheriting curses on your family, on your children, on yourself. All right. You're cursing yourself. All right. Because to spite your own people. Now look at all the promises that the Caucasians made and delivered none of those promises, only to further abuse them, because the Caucasus hates the gods amongst us and the black devils. All right, so there's no honor amongst thieves. So hoping the white man abuse black people, doing their own thing, free of them, curse be them all. 43, over the past, there has been many like them who held back our Salah race and helped the Adamu Salah Adamite race forward. All right. So there's some, because Baba says when he incarnates, so do opposing forces incarnate, and they always incarnate and follow Baba wherever he goes. So there is a concentrated effort to slow down progress, and it still continues today. All right. So over the past, there has been many like them who held back our Salah race and helped the Adamu Salah Adamite race forward. All right. In the Bridge to Salvation, Baba says that we're both intermingled side by side until the time of judgment, of separation. All right. So there's some of us that's for Baba, some of us that's not. Baba says that when we're chanting, half of us chant for his freedom, half of us chant to keep him locked up. All right. And that's why it's so imperative right now to do that inner work on yourself. All right. Because sometimes that half and half can be in the same person. And that's why we close those doors for those walk-ins. All right. So you're no longer a tool. And you reconnect to your soul. All right. All right. So 44, the Adamite race conspired against our progress and our independence, and not wanting to be or live in the image of the beast. 45, he only wants to separate us, proposing to turn us back into the Negro slaves who accept the crumbs that fall from the white man's table. This we as wu-nuwaupians will never do. All right. Bible said give them back everything. Reparations, you don't need reparations. You need them to be out your business because you're from the richest parts of the land of the globe. The land is taking care of you. That's give them back everything. All right. We could start from what's ours. I don't want what's yours. I just want what's mine. And if you leave me alone, you're going to see nature, all right, reorder and restructure. All right. So we will never accept your crumbs again as wu-nuwaupians. All right. So 46. So the Adamites commissioned those of our own who wished to live in the image of the beast and willing to renounce our decrees as a free table of the Amasis of Creeks originally. 47. Thus the Adamites of Rh negative blood types originally caused those whose hearts were already sick under his spell of sleep, the spell of Leviathan, meaning joining on unto the dragons or the draconians. Levi to join, Athan or Tanan is the dragon, reptilians. So they are misguided, seeking to be accepted where they will never be. Then they rebelled, only fooling themselves and not us. All right. So imagine that you're going to go thinking that I'm going to make millions. I'm going to be a big movie star. I'm going to be rich. If I shut down our progress as a people. So you're going to take all your wealth and where you're going to live, where you're going to spend your wealth. All right. You're going to live amongst these Caucasians. That's only going to want to take it from you if you had succeeded. All right. Which they didn't give you anything they promised. All right. But you could see that whether you're a black devil or you're a God that's helping your people, they don't want none of us to have nothing. All right. They are not wired to accept you, whether you're a devil or whether you for your people. All right. So 48. Because we as Nuwaupians have carved wu-nuwaup, our precepts of Patarak, in our Ababat's hearts. 49. We get answers to our heartfelt namazorat, prayers and chants in the form of divine entanglements with our own muslafu or salafu ancestors. Hear the word entanglement. All right. I hear quantum entanglements. All right. So realize that, like for me, when I started working on myself, it seemed like at one time I was like, wow, it seemed like so much was against our progress. That's just what I thought. And even like I'm trying to get in contact about, I'm trying to do certain things. It's like people are playing games or whatever the case is, or I write a letter, it comes back, or whatever the case is. I was like, wow. So when I ended up I said, you know what, let me just work on what I have the power to work on. I'm going to work on being a better person, improving my health, improving whatever it is. What do I have control over? That's when the quantum entanglements started. And it's like I've realized that every time I needed something, it appeared. From Baba's letter to meeting the right person, the right people, you know. And I realized that there's a lot of forces in our favor. All right. There's forces not in our favor, and there's forces in our favor. So as we work on ourselves, you start realizing that you have all these entanglements that work in your favor. All right. Through your heartfelt. So it's not about what other people are doing wrong, because you're giving so much power to these distractions. All right. It's about who you are. And it reminds me of like a bird that goes and sits on a branch. The bird it's not about the bird trusting the branch. The bird trusts its own wings. All right. So that branch could break and the bird's going to be fine. All right. So as you work on yourself, everything that you need, you realize is provided for you. All right. Just work on your integrity. And that's been happening. I met such amazing people. There's projects and things that I'm working on. Actually, the gate just opened, you know, and I realized that that's all you need to do. Just work on being the best you. All right. And you'll get out your own way. You'll get out your own way. All right. So I realize it's never been about those other people. It's been about me this whole time. All right. So this is the secret. Let's go back. All right. So 48. Because we as Nuwaupians have carved wu-nuwaup, our precepts of Patsarak, in our ababat hearts. 49. We get answers to our heartfelt namazorat, prayers and chants in the forms of divine entanglements with our own muslafu or salafu ancestors. 50. Yet the cries and calls of the betrayers, the slanderers, the gossipers, the blasphemers are nothing. So they are never heard or answered. Blindly they wander onward into suffering, and no one hears their cries. All right. So when somebody's like, if you kiss my butt, I'll put a good word in for Baba. You don't got to do that. You don't got to respect anybody who doesn't respect you. All right. Now you don't have to disrespect them, but you probably want to avoid them. All right. But you don't got to kiss anybody's butt. All right. That's not how you connect. You connect by your integrity. All right. It opens the door for respect. Respect breeds respect, you know. And on all the dimensions. All right. So whatever is standing in your way, work on removing that. The walls that you created. All right. And then you could feel that guidance. The right people are coming to your lives because you're the right person. That's why. All right. So 51. What most mixed Salalu races in the West does not know is their making was a well-planned program set up by secret societies of Europe or Yarap. Their inner circles of fire, the hell's fire cults. And it was all about black races, pure Damam blood, much needed, with the vampire hemophiliacs of Britain seeking our hemoglobin for our plasma. 52. They said, let us make a nigger or Niger. Let us make a nigger. And Acts 13 verses 1 is where they got the word nigger. All right. So they got the word nigger from the word Niger, like Nigeria or the place Niger. Let us make our own nigger. All right. From Greek to Latin, meaning Negroes, all right, or Negroids, only used as Nagard. Nagard is a stingy person of Africa's Niger River. 53. Let's make a nigger who will serve us and worship our image and teach them to hate self and kind Africans. 54. Let's make them illiterate. Remove their 1 language, 2 names, 3 culture, 4 religion, and 5 past, and shape and form them into tools to be used to uplift our own white race. As we, as bloodsuckers, drain their pure, rich, afafre damam, African blood. 55. Let us make his women our Janas Mubadu, sex slaves and housekeepers, and separate their men from their women, their Sawawu sons from their mothers at a young age. 56. Make the Zazazu men work fields and make them big and strong, as the women raise the white children in the home, which give the white masters access to make them pregnant, as she holds the mitochondrial DNA. This way, we cut off their past and breed a hybrid race of mulattoes, as our brother, the Morabu Arabs, did before us from the East Africa, and converted them to Arabs' religion, al-Islam. All right. And I saw this African lady. She's clearly under one of the monotheistic religions of Abrahamism. She's under one of those. And she was saying in one of her posts, she said, stop it all as being mixed to this, and that. You are whatever your father is. And I was like, how foolish is that? So if this white man rapes this African black woman with this dominant genetics and has this boy with dark skin, dark eyes, and hair like that, you're telling me that he's going to be English because his father's English? Can't you see that that is the doctrine and the plan of a conqueror? All right, that you are what your father is. All right, you are whatever your father is, and that's why Baba said that's not true. Even his own children, he said no, that they are what their mothers were, but they wanted access to our mitochondrial DNA because you can shut it off. All right, so separate them, take their sons away from them at a young age. All right, so there's a disconnect. All right, put the men over there, keep the women close, and impregnate her. All right, and then teach them that you are what your father is. So now you chasing after the acceptance of Abraham. That's sick. All right, when you think about it. Abraham, look at how Abraham look at how Abraham treated Hagar. All right. And she was abused. It was so bad she had to run away a few times. And then she comes across some angel in the desert, and the angel says to Hagar, right in the Bible, this is not even Bible, this is just, go and read the scriptures as it says. And she's crying. And then this extraterrestrial angel comes to her and says, why are you crying? And then she says, because my mistress, Sarah, treats me harshly. And then he said to Hagar, go submit yourself under Sarah's hand, but I will multiply you. So go back to Sarah and go get raped more by Abraham. And then he's going to impregnate you some more. And go do that. Go be and she ran back and did that. And then now Sarah says, oh, I don't need her no more because I can have my own child because they were able to fix my womb. So send this lady away. And Hagar, she was treated so bad, only for the children to be like, I'm whatever my daddy is. So now they're going to do the bidding of their absentee rapist white father, or conqueror, or alien force. All right. So it tells you that this is a total alien force that's doing that to the people. All right. So let's read that again. So make the Zazazu men work in fields and make them big and strong. All right. So we're going to keep the body and take the mind. We're taking the mind, his sanity, because we know that the mentality comes from the mother. So you separate the mother and you just have him live by kat or katat, body. He only has body. Take his soul away. All right. So he could work on and do what we say. All right. And as the women raise the white children in the home, which give the white master access to make them pregnant, as she holds the mitochondrial DNA. As our brother, the Arab or the Arabu did before us from East Africa, and converted them to Arab's religion. All right. Because if you are what your father is, then you should be Muslim. All right. I don't care that your mom is from an indigenous tribe. All right. Who she is doesn't matter. Who your father is matters. I don't care that he's a rapist, and I don't care that he doesn't care if you live. All right. You're going to do his bidding, though. So, yet, call them Muslims and not Muslims. And call them Morenos, as in Moorish, not Negro. Let us do the same as our brothers, as Shriners, and we will take our slaves from West Africa, because Eastern African seeds have been mixed and weakened. They no longer have kinky wabar hair. Many have farar fur, all right? Because there was already a lot going on in East Africa, North Africa, all right? A concentrated effort, a really harsh one on South Africa, all right? And uh, it's like, okay, it reminds me of like a narcissist, and then they bite an apple, but then they're like, the apple's not as valuable anymore because it has a bite in it. I want a fresh apple, but you're the one who bit it. Rahubat Amano.
Rahba Muntat. Finally, is I'm the one who asked you the question if Abraham raped Agar. So finally, I find the answer is not the answer really because I need something more clear because you are not the only one who said that. I'm following some other video for our community, our nation.
Mm-hmm.
The others they said that. So, but I read something because of that I was confused. I read the Mennonite children, a scroll for Baba Yanun, Melaninite. Yeah, Melaninite children. So I read that is the father for Agar who gave Hagar to Abraham himself, his father Imhotep. And this made me feeling very sick because myself I knew that Abraham was very bad. And to read that is her father Imhotep who gave her to Abraham. I couldn't believe, but I read that is Baba Yanun who wrote that curse. It's
Right,
really because of that I was asking why her father gave her to these people. But
right,
as they wrote, because she was scientist also, it was for helping Abraham to help his people from the Caucasus mountains. These people who were hiding in the cavern there in the mountain. So I don't know what
why would
happened
the father
later.
do that? They're asking. Mhm.
Yeah. So
Um,
it's
and
really
then you could see where that because I remember I was at a Muslim wedding, for example, and even that whole thing about I'm gonna ask your father for your hand in marriage. And then you realize
yeah,
that a lot of these people, they were selling their daughters, you know.
exactly.
So,
Mm,
and it still happens till today, you know. So, so it's like that's still a form of that's still rape. And then it goes back into saying that it's okay. It's about the father's family. Lets you know that there was already an infiltration in that culture. So that's why when there's a separation, because notice in that verse it says that the sons were separated from the mom at a very young
mm,
age because of disconnect. So that
yes.
that son, it's easier for him to do bidding against his own people because there's no connection to his people anymore. And then our sons will work on behalf of the adverse forces to his own people, hence selling the daughters, all right, and things like that.
Yeah. But Imhotep was very intelligent. He was somebody who knew all the science. How he made this mistake is this I couldn't believe.
Right.
Yeah, but this
Um,
happened. We are there now. Now we know what happened. It's good. We will never repeat it. I mean, as as we are our ancestors ourselves, I think we are going to repair all these mistakes. We are not going to repeat the same mistakes with these people. Thank you very much. Zamata.
mm, okay. And Tower has them all. I mean, there's so much to unwrap what has happened to our people. It reminds me of somebody saying they were asking about the Maasai tribe, but that the brother, he was a little bit confused because he said, so because the Maasai tribe is already in Africa. So when we think about mixed, we don't think about Africa, but realizing that Africa was already mixed. Things has happened. So for example, why is there interest in West Africa? Why did the interest become? Because they already took a bite out of East Africa. All right. There's a lot of politics and wars and different things that already happened. So they're like, we need some fresh blood. This one has already been mixed. So let's read that again. So they call the Muslims, they call them Muslims, not Muslims, and they call the Morenos, Moorish, not Negroes. Let us do the same as our brothers as Shriners. Only we would take our slaves from West Africa, because Northeastern Africa's seed have been mixed and weakened. They no longer have Kinki Wabaru. Here, they have Farar fur. All right. And, renditions are somewhere in the middle, too. All right. So their blood is tainted with Arab blood, the Hamar Salal, the red race. 58. That was their plan, to use 400 years from 1600 AD to 1600 plus 400. All right, so 16 plus 400 equals 2000 AD. By then, we would have made a new creature, a hybrid, a mulatto, who will no longer call nigger because they are not pure black. Let's call them Afro-American. All right, so it's the same thing. They went from calling them Muslim to Muslim. All right, same thing that they did. They went from calling them black to Creole. All right, just look around the world. They made the classes. All right. So now you're not necessarily black anymore, you're Creole. All right. So now they're not black anymore, they're Afro-American. All right. So let us call them Afro-American. This way, most will accept, yet the high yellow of them, without nappy hair, will not wish to be associated with Africa, and will call themselves Americans or American Negroes. All right. So you're separating further and further. All right. So notice that they get into our blood. They suck out all the soul, suck out all the connection, and then they move on to the next family. And they suck out all your connection. And after they suck all your soul out, they still don't accept you. All right. So whether you high, yellow, or whatever, but it's like that apple's already bitten. I need some fresh blood. All right. So 59. These will talking about the mixed ones, the high yellows. All right. These we will put in the public eye and be used as our tools, put on a uniform on them, and they will obey our wishes, and all they think will please us. They will reject and abuse the pure blacks and darker with nappy hair for us. 60. This was the plan to make a walking blood bank by the year 2000 AD, and it worked. They offer them fame and wealth by way of entertainment. The white race in many ways, as in 1 politically, 2 musically, 3 sports, 4 military, 5 cinema, and 6 employment. 61. Lead them and believe they are free. 62. Make them feel if they are Christians, if they are accepted, they will wear crosses, sing gospel, preach in churches, and even Islamic Christians, such as the Moorish Americans in the Nation of Islam, which we will teach them. All right. So all those groups got infiltrated. All right. So you have a hybrid being, a hybrid spirituality. All right. That just takes you back to the original slave masters. All right. Because it's just very interesting. Farrakhan, amazing public speaker. All right. hybridized doctrine. Some of the stuff he says is really detrimental and bad for our people. Some of the stuff is needed, a hybridized doctrine. All right. But if you take in some of the poison, all right, it's a time to give the poison back. Now look at his grandchildren. All right. Look at his son. His children look, he's already a hybridized. I remember he was giving a speech, and he said that because he takes us back to Asiatic black man, and he says, don't you want the hair on your eyebrows to be like the hair on your head? And he said that the reason why that and you could look up that speech, the reason why our hair got nappy is because we were disobedient. And you could just see some of the shame and the betrayal, and they were just listening. Now look at his grandchildren. First off, he already doesn't have totally 9 ether here. It's not totally 6 ether, but it's somewhere in the middle. And he's not the darkest of the darkest either. Now look at his grandchildren. His grandchildren look Caucasian, so it took you right back into the spell. All right, took your genetics right back. So now you could be a walking blood bank again. All right. So many, we're on 62. Many make them feel, Hasmuni, if they are Christians, if they are accepted, they will wear crosses, sing gospel, preach in churches, and even Islamic Christians, such as the Moorish Americans in the Nation of Islam, which we will teach them. 63. So the white race made a Negro in his own image, after his own likeness, and presented them to the world as of the year 2000 AD on TV, cinema, and media. All right. So their end came in 2000. So they made a replacement as of 2000. 2000, you see more neutrinoids than ever before on TV, working and doing the bidding of their Caucasian, all right, whose image and likeness that they're in, all right. So as of the year 2000 AD on TV, cinema, media, and will block or stop any and all black or other people of color who refuse to worship the image of the beast race. In Revelations chapter 13, verses 1 through 18, and 2 Thessalonians, all right, chapter 2, verses 3, and Revelations chapter 12, verses 9. This was their plot and plan, bringing Africans to America and then Europe for the blood. 64. Do not let them think outside of our religions, of our father Abraham, for being any forms of Jewishism of the Old Testament, Christianism of the New Testament, Muslimism, the Last Testament Quran, or Mormonism of the Book of Mormons. Right? You're all going to go back to the same Abraham. All right. They take you back to the same family. All right. 65. So let them form their own sects, groups, denominations, as long as the root of their teachings is a form of Christ Jesus, the Son of our God. All right. So let them diversify. All right. As long as they bring it back to us. All right. So they'll branch off. All right. So now Jesus is not white anymore. He's mixed. Or he's Caribbean. Or whatever he is. All right. As long as the roots take you back, they're fine. All right. Because you're still bringing that blood back to them. All right. Your family's back to them. All right. So 66. Let them call him black or Arab as long as the original image remains in their minds as a white man. And you see today the Moorish Americans calls a black man the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, their leader. Yet in his book, The Holy Quran, Circle 7, he gives honor and has a picture of a white Arab inside the cover. All right. Louis Farrakhan, look at his grandchildren. All right. He's already pretty light. He's already mixed. Now his children is a mix of, his children look more Caucasian than African. You're always going to go back because they'll always plug you back because that spirit force is always going to be behind. So you'll always be bringing your people right back. All right. So 67. You see today the Nation of Islam calls a half black, half Asian man, Messenger, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, their leader. Yet in his teachings is a photo of an Arab white man they call God, Allah in person, Master Farad Muhammad. All right, they still took you back to an Arab Caucasian looking man. All right, so 68. This was all part of the plan. And the Negroes who converted to Orthodox Islam Sunni or others still are behind an Arab of Arabia, born 570 to 632 AD. They call their holy prophet Muhammad and seek to live in the image, and like him, call Hadith and Sunnah. So the plan did and is working right up to now, 2015. All right. So this book was written in 2015. All right. Now we're in 2025. All right. It might not have been released in 2015, but it was written at that time. So the plan did and is working right up to now, 2015. They made a man to worship other than self and kind. They reject Africa and being African, and some claim Indian or other. All right. It's cool to be anything except African. All right. As long as you're not African. All right. And why is that? Because as long as you leave some type of compromise, you'll always leave that door. All right. When you go back to African, you're closing all those compromises because you're going back to the source. You're going back to the root. All right. So my identity is not going to stop here. All right. For example, me living in the West, being born in the United States, various things has happened to me, but I'm not going to stop at that condition. This is just a condition. All right. Because my family lineage, it goes further back than that. All right. But if you can disconnect me and it's like, I'm going to stop here. Now I've disconnected from my roots and now I'm stuck at this condition. And when this condition is time to graduate past it, I'm going to fade. All right. So you don't want that to happen. You don't want to fall victim to that. All right. Who were you before all that stuff? All right. So this is just a part of the story. It doesn't summarize the story. The story goes back further because America is only America as it is. It's not even 400 years old yet. My people go back way back than 400 years. Now, certain things, certain combination happened within that time, but that's just one of the conditions. So now you see our people love to be anything other than that. Like sometimes you'll see somebody, they have an interesting look, and you'll notice. I remember this girl, she was like all mixed up with all kinds of things. I was like, oh, where you from? She was like, I'm Puerto Rican, Vietnamese, Irish, and black. I'm like, if she said black last, I'm like, that's the most evident thing on you, you know? So it's like, she just mentioned everything else. And sometimes they don't even mention that. So it's like, there's a propensity for us to want to get away from our African identity. All right. So now you have, they reject Africa and being African, some claim Indian or other. All right. And it usually be mixed looking people that like to do that. And they go, I remember there was like this Arab looking, he was like definitely like part black because he's in my family. But he looked very Arab. And I just remember like he was making it a point to go to all these black people and tell them that you're not African, you from Native American. I'm like, it's always the mixed one that want to tell other people who they are or not. How you know? Person could be straight from Ghana. All right. So being African, some claim Indian or other. 69. So the original people of the land called America today were Mukmamu blacks, were from before the land separated. All right. So we talked about this. All right. Baba mentions it in scrolls from before. He's mentioning it here now. All right. So the original people of the land called America today were Mukmamu blacks, were from before the land separated. Yet the Asians sailed eastward from Asia, a part of Zupu, the red zone, and mixed with them to create American Indians, not to be mistaken for the original Native Americans, who moved eastward to the east coast, while the Yurapu Europeans moved all the mixed seeds, separating them to the west coast lands. There they set up new tribal names and declared these mixed Asians and blacks the American Indians, giving them land and wealth, and hide the true black Native Americans with nappy wabar woolly hair, such as our own tribe, our own true family. 70. Whether we be called Africans or Native Americans, we are one true family. Why is that? Because our people existed before the continental drift. All right. We were here. We came. So the first people to settle here was the Africans, or what we would call Africa. All right. And then afterwards, we continued back and forth. All right. So 71, the new Negroes are paid to perform for his master as of the year 2000 AD. And you see them now in cinemas on their own TV, shows of their own, as long as they perform for the Salao white race. He will allow them to pretend to be free and his equal. I'm thinking about, what's the name of that lady? Oh, she used to hang out with Michael Jackson. She's kind of funny. She does a lot of interviews, and she sang the song, the power of I learned to respect the power of love. Does anybody remember that singer's name? I could see her in my head, and she sang, "I learned to respect the power of love." Does anybody know that song? I forgot her name. All right.
Rahubat.
Yeah.
I looked it up. It says Stephanie Mills.
Stephanie Mills, yes. Rahubat Zamal, Mark. Yes, Stephanie Mills. So Stephanie Mills, if you listen to her interview, she's pretty funny. But she was saying how she said that when you get invited to a party, you're not being invited as an equal or a friend. You're being invited as the entertainment. All right. And she talked about her conversations even with Michael Jackson, and Michael Jackson always wanted to be accepted. All right. So 72. Don't let any blacks think African. All right, let's go back. So as long as you're performing for the white race, he will allow them to pretend to be free and his equal. All right. I'm even thinking about Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy, he did a lot of things that's detrimental, just like by the music, very detrimental to our people. But he was entertaining. I mean, he was pretty entertaining. As long as he was entertaining, throwing parties, whether if it was legal sex parties or just parties, because he looks like he's very fun. He's a good entertainer. It was all fine. But he ran into problems when he was doing his winery. And he had a distillery that he was dealing with, and they were treating him so unfair. So he sued them and won. And right after that, they cut him down and reminded him who he was. And it was a lot of racism when it came to how that distillery was doing business outside of Caucasian people. All right. So when it came to entertainment, that's fine. And it was this other, that's fine. We'll let you play that part. But anything outside, when you're not entertaining us, you stay in your place, boy. And I remember there was this athlete. He had said his opinion about something. And some white politicians actually said he needs to shut up and just dribble the ball. All right. All right. So we couldn't let you pretend to be equals as long as you're entertaining me. All right. So don't let any blacks think Africa or try to build another black Wall Street, as we were doing in Georgia, Eatonton called Tamaray, Egypt of the West. Stop that kind of growth by any means. Use their own to help destroy it. And that is what they did on May 8th, 2002 AD. 73. Did they stop the growth of wu-nuwaup or wu-nuwaup or wu-nuwaup and the Patik of the Yamasee tribe of Native Americans? Not at all. 74. The teachings of this black man, Panabab Yanun, the master teacher, is now worldwide and growing each day. And all the documents are confirmed as a Shabbat tribe and nation. All right. So Baba took time, registered things. It's all documented. All right. And notice that we are waking up worldwide. All right. Not just in body, but also mentally and spiritually. We're ready for it. We want it. All right. There's people from all over the world right in this study group. All right. We come together and meet of the minds. All right. Which is the most important place to meet first. So that when we meet with the bodies again, we don't make the same mistake because we've already corrected the minds. All right. We corrected the hearts already. All right. So 75. And those who follow the imposters only descend into a deep pit of depression because they exchange what their own way for the ways of the Caucasians world, which will never accept them. Benevolence for malevolence, purity for funnification, and facts for blind faith. Subsequently, their lives will vanish. Their profit was none other than a terrible torment. 76. They committed debauchery, vileness, and betrayal of their own Yasar family of Nuwaupians of Nuwaupians, their own race for whites. 77. They were given by the Laben Salau, the white race, false promises and offer insincere rewards for their betrayal. Woe unto them. All right. So all these people, all right, who did things against our people, a lot of them pretend to be happy. They're not living large like they thought they were. All right. They still have to do TV interview after TV interview because they don't got no money. All right. They don't got no skills. They don't got XYZ. All right. So they result to a parasitic type of lifestyle. So 78. All right. 78. Now, they only misquote what I taught them to look as if they were harmed by me when it was them who did the acts. All right, so anybody who investigates, I wasn't on the land, I wasn't around. All right. I'm one of the people who Wu-Sabat spread in the minds and the hearts. and I investigated, and all the facts is in Baba's favor. And all the crazy stuff, it's pointing at the ones who's actually doing all the blaming. And look at the way that they're living today. All right. So having all this outrage is funny because I was looking at Jacob York recently when he made a comment that he wasn't invited to a Diddy sex party because he threw parties for Diddy. And he said, I wasn't invited to a sex party, but I wish I would have loved to. And I'm like, what Diddy was being accused of, why would anybody want to be there? He's in jail supposedly for atrocities and sexual violations of what he's being accused of. I'm not saying he's guilty, but I'm saying what he's being accused of. Why would you want to have been invited? But then you're going to act like you're so outraged with the things that you're alleging that Baba did. But you're saying it's okay to live that lifestyle. So when you compare the way that people live, all right, compared to the way Baba lives and what Baba's actually doing for his people, what he's did for his people and things he's accomplished. Now do a side by side for what these people who are acting like they're all self-righteous. I mean, all righteous. They're acting like they're righteous, and what are they into? What are they doing? All right. But further bringing down their own lives and their lives. So you just need to look and do a comparative study. And if you're going to be outraged, usually people who are sincerely outraged, they usually are outraged across the board. All right. So it's an inconsistency. All right. So 79. The Laben Salau, the white race, exonerated the real criminals and put the blame on us. Yet, look today at us and them. 80. Do they feel justified in their selfish and criminal past and pursuits? Not at all. Inside, they know what they have done and must live with it. 81. They do not realize you do not destroy your own family race for others in order to take spoils. They have and will judge themselves for the rest of their lives if they do not return to the Yasar family. And as for those who try to veil in secrecy that they were born Nuwaupians, you do not fool anyone except yourselves. Everywhere you turn, you will see Nuwaupians more and more each day. All right? So some of us are trying to run from certain things. You decide. You decide. All right. So now think about that. I'm going to plot against my own family with that outside oppressive force. And we're going to make plans like I'm going to take down my own father of my children. I'm going to take down my own community. And I'm going to make a deal with this outside force that it's like, it reminds me of like, I'm going to hire you to kill my own parents so that we could go and split up the spoils between us. And then you realize that you turn on your own family and they split up the spoils without you and didn't even cut you in. So who you going to run to? Like, oh, we made a deal and I want to go take you to court because we have made an agreement that if I help take him down, that you're going to give me a part of the spoil. You realize you didn't get nothing. What you going to do about that? All right. So there's no reward in that. All right. All right. So that concludes that chapter. So what do you take from that chapter? That chapter is called Ha Yasar, the family. All right. Am I still clear or am I pixelated?
All clear, all clear.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Great. All right. So who would like to just tell me, you know, what you take from the scroll? All right. So what I take from the scroll is there's a lot of soul searching, and people also need the grace to get people need to be given the grace to return back home if they want to do the right thing. You know, if people want to right their wrongs, because because some people think that they're so far gone, and that's why they keep going down that same path. All right. So a lot of people, they did the wrong thing, all right, in their lives and the lives of their loved ones, but they can't come back before it's too late, all right, and rectify and clean up what they did, all right. And that's where that I should comes from, all right, because this was all done by a plan, all right, and a lot of us fell victim to it. So I see Agbulan Rahubat Zamal.
Hey, it's Derek here from London, UK. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying in terms of so I work in a school, and a lot of children do not like to associate themselves with anything African. Mixed race children at all, when they ask them where their parents are from, they don't like to mention it at all. So there is a lot of disconnected children, especially from African heritage, are not proud from where they're from.
Oh, I muted myself. That's money. All right. So you said that there's a lot of mixed children that's not proud of where they're from. Is that what you said?
Mixed children as well as African children who were born in the UK, but their parents are from Africa. They're born in there. Yeah, they don't like to say where their parents are from. It's like they have that shame if they say their parents is from Uganda or from Zimbabwe.
Right. I've experienced that. And so I see that all over. I remember because my father's family's from Haiti, for example. So I saw this Haitian woman, and I knew she was Haitian, but I asked her I still asked her, I said, where are you from? I said, no, I said, are you Haitian? And then the child that was with her, and I'm like, these, and they didn't even look mixed. They were just very black, right? And then the child says, actually, she's French. And I'm like, what part of you are French? Like, you have a very Haitian accent. It doesn't sound very French. But she probably lived in France for a little while. The boys sound Haitian, but it's almost like that's what we've been programmed to do, because if you have a Christian God, all right, because I went to Haitian funerals, and we're in a Catholic church with all these white gods, and I'm like, the family is very black. That's why they go out of their way to mix. All right, Haitian people love mixing. All right, because of that shame of wanting to separate, and that's been programmed in our people worldwide. And that's why, like, even Black Americans will go out of their way to be like, you're not African, you're Native American. I'm like, how can you tell a Native American story without including Africa? All right, how can you tell any complete story?
That's correct, and it's appalling. The human nature is we are programmable. Any child can be programmed in the wrong format. So input, processing, output. If you give the child the wrong format in the wrong environment, they will have certain beliefs and turn out to be a different output. So what parents are failing to do, especially African parents who are Roman Catholic or Anglican, they want to be like them. And I see that every day, and I agree with you. I spend my time with children and parents. They want to dress like them. I'm not saying I'm not dressing like what I should be dressing like, but I can see it's happening everywhere, and I'm really sad to see this happening to people. I've just looked into this, and I want to make a change and let children know of their origin. And if they're empowered with this information, things will change. It's because they don't know, and if they know about this, they'll change. Things will change.
That goes back to we have to start embodying it, because at the end of the day, when we start embodying it, like when we have I give an example. A lot of our women, I'm gonna give the women as an example. The women need to start stepping up, because I'm thinking, like, if I'm a child, I'm like, let's say I'm 10 years old, 12 years old, 13 years old, and I see like us not doing anything, and then I see Beyonce. Who do you think I want to be like? I want to be like Beyonce because Beyonce is actually doing something, you know. So we have to give our children a culture to strive to be proud of, and they're not just going to be proud because they're reading a book. And it's like, for example, Malachi York. Somebody would tell me a story about Malachi York. Man, he was a child. It was so funny. So when he was really young, he really liked Superman, and he wanted to be Superman. So he put a cape on. He tried to fly, and his mom was like, "I don't think that's a good idea." But he didn't listen, so he went to try to fly, and then he just fell. And that was when he made the realization that Superman wasn't real, right? So it was a whole illusion. But there was a point where he bought into that illusion. That's what he wanted to be. So when it comes to because even for myself, like, you just want to be what's normal. And when you go to school and you learn about, let's say, the eyeball, you learn about anatomy, notice that you're being taught with white bodies. All right, you learn to brush your teeth, you're being learned with a white mouth and pink gums. You're learning about how eyeballs put together. You're learning with blue eyes. And if you tell a child, including myself, when I was much younger, to draw a picture of a girl, you notice that they will draw a white. They're probably 9 times out of 10, no matter what race they are, Asian, African, whatever the case is, they'll draw a white person. All right. And it's almost like somebody has said, you just draw a bunch of white people. Can you draw somebody black? And I was like, I didn't even know how to get started. Because they have made themselves the standard. So you have the standard of God. You have the standard of authority. You have the standard of the human body. You have the standard of, you can't even learn about mathematics without you have all these Caucasian people's names. All right. And they make themselves a standard. So for us, it's very important for us to embody our culture again, so that the children can be proud. All right. They look at their parents. They look at people like Baba. All right. They want to be a scientist, not a basketball player or whatever the case is. They have something. All right. And that's what the culture is really for the children. All right. Because the healing is for us, but the culture is really for the children. Because when we embody it, we're modeling something. All right. And for Caucasians, when they're embodying their culture, they're modeling something that they're normalizing. All right. So to go to a Haitian a Haitian funeral, and everybody is black and all the gods and saints are white, you're gonna feel like you wish you were white, and your family's going to look out of place, and you're going to be ashamed to be part of that family. You need to empower your family spirituality with what you are. And that's the beauty of wu-nuwaup, because we're getting the facts, and our spirituality is going to be based on the facts again. All right. And yeah.
And I'm really happy that you are teaching us this doctrine. And for me, I've been searching for many, many years. I've gone through different esoteric knowledge, and wow, this is what I've actually been looking for. And I use the trivium, so it's a classical liberal method for detecting truth in any subject at all, and it's a book I wrote as well. I can tell from collecting facts and grammar, logic, and rhetoric. I can tell this is truth. I don't even need to even read more, just yet alone what he's doing, what Dr. York is doing alone. It's paramount. And if I've compared it with other esoteric teachings in the world, nothing touches this at all. So I'm really glad that we are pushing this forward, and I am doing my own bits in terms of, sanitizing the image it's being given on the internet, because we have Wikipedia, got other, dark occultists who are trying to persuade people away from seeking the truth. They're writing loads of misinformation on the internet. And it's a war. It's a spiritual war, and the attack is psychological.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm. And that spiritual war is going back to the very blood, because the blood carries a mentality to it. So I appreciate that. Anybody else about that chapter? We're going to move on to chapter 16. I think that was chapter 16.
Rahubat,
Oh, Rahubat Zamal Nubi.
I wanted to know what is the title of the pamphlet we're reading from?
Oh, yeah, we're reading Patakror, the decision scroll.
The decision.
Yeah.
Tawanta.
Mm-hmm. So now we're going on to chapter 16. All right. Chapter 16. Pa Muzyad Mutatalu. The extraterrestrials. 1. Rahubat, my beloved wu-nuwaup, Shabbat, Nuwaupian tribe, and family and nation in wu-nuwaup worldwide. 2. I, Panababyanu, am your Muklasor, Savior, for this day and time, for the renewal of our next 24,000 years. 3. Many Kamayu, aliens, have been coming to this Kawak planet for many millions of years. 4. The Kamahu, that's the Palladians, came 250,000 years ago from the Makma Pleiades star system. 5. The Draconians came 100,000 Shamutats years ago from Matnan, the Draco star system. 6. They in time worked together and got way into the Orion's northeast gate, Aldebaran star system. 7. They are Sanafu species of each group that came and go. 8. Nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup. Here are some of the alien species that live or visit the Kawaktaha, planet Earth. 9. Many are benevolent and others malevolent. Both appear in the Quran and Bible. Many of them have experimented on humans, while others crossbred clone-grafted humanoids and beasts. 11. So, the end result is many subspecies of creatures. 12. Here is a list of just a few in our Masan tongue. 1. Murmabu, that's lizardards. 2. Murganu, that's snaketoids. 3. Murmadu, that's greys. 4. Mugbaru, that's tyrants, humanoid tyrants. 5. Munfalu, fallen ones. 6. Muradu, greys. 7. Mubzaru, germs and viruses. 8. Mukwalu, ghouls. 9. Mutnanu, that's the Draconians, who are reptilians. 10. Mutaru, that's insectoids. 11. Muganu, that's mantis. 12. Murwanu, that's the Murwanu gones. Mugradu, that's simianoids. 13. Mukmadu, that's the Palladians, who are humanoids. 15. Murradu, that's the Deru. 16. Mujnanu, that's the humanoid demons. 17. Mumladku, that's the incarnate aliens. 18. Mugdadu, specters. 19. Murzaku, that's the Etherians. 20. Mutyafu, that's ghosts and spirits. 21. Muhashu, that's monsters. 22. Mujanu, hybrids. 23. Mufaru, incubus, also known as ifrits. 27. Mutkratu, fiends. 25. Muksalu, Orionists. 26. Murzak Bahu, the Syrians. And 27 is Muyashu, Octarians. All right. 13. Some are humanoids, others can't be described. The Bible and Quran call them all kinds of attributes, such as Satan, Shaitan, devil, Lucifer, jinns, angels, dragons, Dagon, Satire, and others. So you will become confused as to who or what these aliens or crossbreeds are in relation to humanoids on Earth today. This is not a complete list of all the beings from Khathir Makwanat, multiverses. 14. You will find them in the Bible and Quran called 1. Elohim, that's in Genesis 1:1. Alahat, that's in the Quran 21:43. 3. You have El in Genesis chapter 16 verses 13. 4. You have Elo in Daniel chapter 11 verses 38. 5. You have Allah in Quran chapter 23 verses 116. You have 6. Elah in Quran chapter 38 verses 5. 7. You have Yahweh in Genesis chapter 4 verses 26. 8. Rab, you have Quran chapter 1 verses 2. 9. Adonai in Genesis chapter 18 verses 31. 10. Shad, you have Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 17. You have 11. El Shaddai, and that's in Exodus chapter 6 verses 2. 12. You have Baal, that's in Numbers 22:41, and also the Quran 37:125. 13. You have El Elyon, that's in Genesis chapter 14 verses 19. 14. You have serpent in Genesis chapter 3 verses 1. 15. You have Al-Alay, that's in the Quran 81 verse 1. 16. You have El Olam, that's in Genesis chapter 21 verses 33. 17. You have El Bereth, that's in Judge chapter 9 verses 46. That's supposed to be Judges. You have Judges chapter 9 verses 46. 18. You have El Roy in Genesis chapter 16 verses 13. You have 19. Malak, Genesis chapter 16 verses 7. You have 20. Moloch is Amos chapter 5 verses 26. 21. Molech, you have Leviticus chapter 18 verses 21. 22. You have Milcom, 1 Kings chapter 11 verses 5. 23. Nephilim, Genesis chapter 6 verses 4. You have 24. Nakash, Genesis chapter 3 verses 1. 25. You have Al-Qanas, that's Quran chapter 114 verse 4. 26. John, Quran chapter 72. Or Jan. All right, Jan or John. 27. Al-Taghat, that's in the Quran chapter 2 verses 256. 68. Satan, you have Job chapter 2 verses 1. 29. Ashaitan, that's in Quran chapter 2 verses 36. And 30. Leviathan, that's in Psalms chapter 104 verses 26. 15. And the list is long, all to hide the actual fact that they were made as Adamites 6,000 years ago by Muzyad Mutatalu, extraterrestrial aliens. They prefer to call God in Lamentations, gods in Lamentations chapter 3 verses 41. Gods in Genesis chapter 3 verses 15. Lord in Genesis chapter 4 verses 26. The Lord God in Ezekiel chapter 20 verses 7. Belial, that's 1 Samuel chapter 2 verses 12. Beelzebub, that's in Matthew chapter 10, verses 24. The Most High, that's Psalms, chapter 82, verse 6. The Christian, or the Christ, the Christ, that's in Matthew, chapter 16, verse 16. Messiah, Daniel, chapter 9, verse 25, and also John, chapter 1, verse 41. And Jesus, Matthew, chapter 1, verse 21. Al-Misa in the Quran, chapter 3, verses 45. And Isa, Quran, chapter 2, verses 87. All these changes to get away from what is now been uncovered in the red zone of Zupu, that's the red zone, the Middle East or Mesopotamia, thousands of stone tablets in cuneiform wedge script, and now translated and tell the complete his story of the making of the Mudamu, Satan, Sanafu, that's the Adamite sixth species of the white and red race of humanoids. 16 stories they do not want told, so they will pretend they are myths when they are hakakat's actual facts, recovered by aliens from Nibiru, a mother Kabad craft who came to Earth 450,000 years ago. The Most High of them was called Anu or An. 17. And he had Sawatwu and Sawatatu, sons and daughters. So you have the Most High God or Eliun and his offspring in Psalms 82, verses 1 through 8. 18. And he sent them down to planet Earth. So the first one to come on a whirlwind craft or kabad or sham was his son, Nimal, also known as Id. He was called Nin-Imud, later named Enki, master of earth, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, also called Yahweh. 19. Later, many thousands of their species followed in Psalm 68, verse 17, and their flying chariots known as Kabad. 26. These were later called angelic beings, being one cherubim or cherubim. All right, that's in Genesis chapter 3, verses 24. 2, seraphim. That's in Isaiah chapter 6, verses 2. And Irene, that's in Daniel chapter 4, verses 13 and verse 17. 21. The adversary group was of Enki, the half-brother of Ninimar, son of Anu, and his other consort Antu. He was called Enlil, master of the sky, or Baal. 22. Both Enki and Enlil had many sons and daughters. These became the warring angels of the Bible and Quran. The good and evil beings, God and devil, should be called gods and devils. 32. After the making of the Adamite family in Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 to 27, to Genesis chapter 5, verse 1, you have some of the sons of Enlil's sons, 200, who decided they wanted to have Janus, sex with the daughters of the Adamites, from Adam to Seth to Enos. 24. So they came down from the skies as Mushhad Uru, watchers, and raped the daughters of the Enosites in Genesis chapter 1 through 5. 25. The offspring were called in the Bible Geborim, and in the Quran Jabarim. Both mean tyrant, a new hybrid race of alien mixed with Hamamu, human women that came out wicked and evil, as well as carnivorous and even cannibals of what is in the hidden meaning. The Latin cannibal from the Chaldean to Hebrew. All right. Kohenbal. or the priest of Baal. These priests used the Bible, Safa, book of Leviticus chapter 1 through 10, which made the Bashar Wu-Damam human flesh and blood offerings to the cherubim aliens, sons of alien sons and sons of Elohim, God's carnivorous cannibals. 26. The Laban whites and Hamir Salal, red race of Adamites, Canaanites, Shethites, Enochites, Giborites, Noahites, Canaanites, Abrahamites, Israelites, Nazarites from Adam to Muhammad to now. The White and Red Sea has been trying to hide the Sawab truth about who they really are, who made them, when and why. They were made for 3 reasons. The first, slave labor. 2, as food offerings. And 3, later for sexual pleasures. 27. The world will soon, Kabul, accept the fact that the religions of the Bible and Quran and all others are from extraterrestrials and UFO and USO, are in fact that the 6,000-year dominion of the Adamite race ended in 2000 AD. You decide. All right. So what are you deciding in that chapter? What are you deciding on? All right. So all these facts are being unearthed, from actual facts to how science, what's common knowledge, because of specifically the internet made the world a lot smaller too, and what's being unearthed now. It's exposing, all right, how these Adamites really came about, and the religions, all right, how they sprang up, all right, from these extraterrestrial involvements, all right. So how their dominion ended as of the year 2000, and more facts are being unearthed all the time, and they can't hide the truth anymore. All right. Are you going to accept the facts, or are you going to hold on to a dying illusion? All right. Anybody else that want to comment on that chapter? All right. So let's go to chapter 17. Chapter 17. Namazat. Symbols. 1. Rahubat's greetings to you, my beloved jewels of my eyes, Nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup. None before you know all that you know now. None of those before myself, Panabab Yananan, the master teacher, could Lamud teach what I teach you now in the hereafter, or here on earth, Taha earth, after 6,000 years of the Adamite dominion, which ended in 2000 AD. So I send to you all Ashuk, divine love, Canaan grace, and Hatat bliss, as we watch the hourglass empty. All right. I'm just thinking, so now we're picking up the pieces. It's going to take bliss. It's going to take Ashuk. All right. As we unwrapping ourselves from all these illusions that has affected us and infected us. All right. But we accept this healing. We accept this bliss. All right. That's coming by way of the healing. As we watch the illusions, all right, fall out of that hourglass. And it's being replaced with all the facts. All right. And here we are today. So feel at peace. All right. As you piece together the facts and your real story. All right. So 2. So in fact, many extraterrestrials of many kinds come and came to this planet, the Blue Rock, for their own reasons. 3. Some as a Kahal, mulmadu, spiritual teachers, some hunters, some miners, some searchers searching for food, some talubs seeking a new planet to take over and make home, and others for unknown reasons. 4. Some are on Sajal record, as well as on cave doorways of the Cro-Magnon and Nordics, noted for assisting the Norse genetically and developing species of them and individual Akalat minds and savage intellect for their offspring, the progeny of the three groups of Celtic with a C, Celtic with a S, and Celtic with a K, who fathered the 6 kings, also known as the Vikings. 5. Found with them is their Kadem Raham, ancient symbol of Thalu, Sananat, 3 circles for the Thalu, Kawehe, 3 groups, known as the Celtic, Celtics, and Celtics. That's their symbol. All right. The symbol of the Palladian star system. There are other symbols used by their subspecies. 6. Many groups joined with others to form a Sakem power base to invade Kawakat's planets and take control. Seven. Many of the interstellar reptilians who come to planet Earth came from Draco, yet by way of Pleiades to Aldebaran in northeast Orion, a space station allowed to them. All right. So they have a space station in Orion, in Aldebaran. All right. So Bob was talking about the different symbols and then the subspecies of them. So you have a group of Draconians, and some came by way of the Pleiadians and Aldebarans. So that tells me that's a subgroup of them. Because Draco is a species in itself. Pleiadians is a species in itself, but some Draconians come by way of the Pleiadians. So some type of hybrid agenda, all right, or hybrid seed. All right. So 8. The records reveal these androgynous reptilians are known as Draconians and took control of the Pleiadians when making the Nordic race was made, who predate the Adamites. 9. In order to instill within, developing the ape-man, the spark of individual mind or will. 10. The intellect and sense of separate self. 11. Not knowing this would develop into rebellion in their nature. 12. Ones on planet Earth, Pa Kamahu, the Pleiadians, missionaries, experiments with simians and their own DNA, birth Cro-Magnon, and their blood type of Rh negative and 47 chromosomes, of savants with 48 chromosomes of simians, to downgrade to 46 chromosomes of Homo, chromosomes of genes Homo to Homo erectus, to Homo sapien. All right, so Cro-Magnon is when the Pleiadians mix their own DNA with simians, all right, or monkeys of some sort. All right. And their blood type originally was Rh negative, all right, the Pleiadians. So 13, these Cro-Magnon and their progeny mixed with others such as the Neanderthal, spreading throughout Europe and Europe to Asia. 14, the ancient Palladian offspring of Nordics was in their image of transparent fur, pale white thin skin, silver to white eyes, called ghost people, or the original white people, both males and females. 15. You will find this recorded also by the Greek historians Apollodorus and Diodorus. 16. Apollodorus claimed that 2 of the 7 Palladian sisters, known as Siloine, that's 1, and 2 is Alcyon, all right, spelled Alcyon. So Alcyon and Celion. And Celion is spelled Celoene. Siloine and Alcyon. All right. So 16, Apollodorus claimed that 2 of the 7 Palladian sisters, all right, Celion and Alcyon, had sexual intercourse with a Murapo European king called Poseidon, and the offspring of their union was half human and half fish. That is to say, Homosaurus. They tried to deceive you by Amadat's word games to hide the truth. Alien females had sex with reptilian humanoids. 17, they claim that this union eventually populated Murap European. So the female Palladians have Rh negative blood type, and they have an XX chromosome. And the male Draconians have Rh negative blood type and an XY chromosome. Why and how the Rh negative spread throughout Europe and is now found in most Europeans, from France to Spain to Asia, and now in America. Alien blood type, Rh negative. 11. Diodorus claimed that the Palladian females laid with the most renowned heroes and gods, and thus became the first Salafu ancestors of the larger portions of the Caucasoid humanoids. 19. This is how Zupu, the red zone, was germinated, and by whom the Salafu ancestors of the white and red race. 20. Some agreeable reptilians also arrived in Africa from Sirius star system and brought to Africa's Egypt the wisdom of Orion as well. They as well mixed their DNA and were Rh positive blood types. 21. They taught alchemy, genetic breeding, and crossbreeding to the Nagaru Negroids, who later became the Dogon tribe, moved from Makmat, Egypt, by invading Kaanu Canaanites southward to other parts of Africa, such as Mali. All right. So this is documented in different Baba scrolls, and also just in general. You had groups in Africa to protect their DNA. They will move with the invasions. All right. So the Dogon tribe, being one of them, started out in Egypt, but because of the invasions, they moved southwest to other parts and ended up in places like Mali today. All right. So 22. The symbol of the Syrians was, all right, so these are 2 symbols from Sirius. All right. There are other symbols used by their subspecies. All right. So you can clearly see right here, this is a Sirius star. This is a Sirius symbol. All right. Because it's the same elements. And then you see the triangle. So Baba is aligning with a Sirius symbol. All right. So you see it's combined. So Baba combined the two symbols to make this one. All right. Both from Sirius. So there are other symbols used by their subspecies. And the symbols for the Kasalu Orions were, and there's many symbols from those of Orion. All right. 24. There are other Namazat symbols used by their subspecies. 25. All of the world's secret societies use symbolism to represent their workings on planets ET or Plan ET. 26. Each unlocks their mysteries. They each try to keep their workings behind the scenes as cults or clans or clandestine or clubs or organizations, governments, and religions. All have signs, symbols, seals to present their inner purposes everywhere you look. So everywhere you look, you're going to see different agendas. All right. So there's a purpose. So if you study, like, okay, what's the purpose? All right. There's various purposes, various agendas. All right. 27. All in some way related to Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials, Kamayu, aliens. These are just a few. Look around you, Nuwaupians, you decide. All right. So look at all the symbolism and the different agendas. All right. And you decide. All right. So would anybody like to share anything, any thoughts about that chapter? All right. For me, I don't have so much commentary for that chapter either. So we're just going to go right into chapter 18. Chapter 18. Anakwu Hayu, life and living. 1. Aye Marura Karadu. My beloved children, jewels of my eyes, I greet you with Ashuk, divine love, Kanan, grace, and Hatap, bliss, sending blessings your way each Zamut's day, and praying you are all in the very best of health, both physically and mentally, in these harsh days of Danut, or judgment, upon all those who reject facts for belief and fiction, for Tathbut, confirmation, and Qadr, fate. The truth of wu-nuwaup will prevail. 2. Those feuding Negroes who dwell amongst the Adamu Adamites as if they are one of them. They are living a life of infidelity and practice of promiscuity. Their hopes of acceptance by Adamites, Adamu, will never come. All right. No matter how much devilishment you do for them, you're never accepted. You're used, your life is sucked out of you, you're disposed of and replaced for the next devil. All right. So the acceptance never comes. All right. So 3. While they are persisting in pretending to be other than their real true selves, Africans, and believing in alien gods of the Adamu Adamites, Bible and Quran, laws of reptilians, or the spell of Leviathan, the spell of ignorance, and sleep out of their own minds. 4. Rejecting wu-nuwaup, a life of fidelity, and a practice of fatalism, animism, being in actual contact with your Salafu ancestors. 5. Unlike the religions of the Adamu Adamites, to Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, and their beliefs in nothingness, praying to nothing so they get no answers, they refuse to acknowledge their real gods, who are Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials, who to this day abduct millions of them. 6. They instigate a religion of murder, killings, wars, and debauchery, while we Nuwaupians reiterate necessity of living in Rabat peace. That's Rabat peace with Fatar nature and all natural creatures, a life of compassion and tranquility. 7, when you investigate their religion or their religious beliefs in the original lahajat languages, not mistranslations of translations, they are left with legacies that end up becoming laws, all based on restriction of natural healthy lives. So many do's, do nots, all right, and don'ts. And the result is inadequate knowledge of old ignorance, mostly based on legends, fictions, myths, not facts. All right. A lot of these religions, what you base your morality on, has you going against nature itself. All right. And restrictions on actual healthy living. All right. We live based on natural nature. All right. Understanding and taking time to learn nature and the consequences. All right. So now you're living by faith. You're no longer living by faith. You're making things happen. Life isn't just happening to you. All right. So the only way that you can get to that is if you live in accordance to what is nature, what's good for nature, and the outcome that you're trying to have. Not the opinions on somebody condemning you. All right. Based on do's and do nots, many of which go against nature. All right. So 8, moreover, they clutch onto doctrines that they made up themselves. Don't eat qadar, pig, because it eats anything. And it is wasaki, nasty. All right. So you shouldn't eat a pig. Why? Because they eat anything. Yet they eat goats, and the goats eat everything. And chickens, they are wakasi, nasty. They also eat most anything. Did not their God make pigs? All right. So it's not a consistent judgment. All right. I watched a chicken eat its own excrement. All right. It eats its own filth too. It eats anything. A goat. I watched a goat eat a can, a metal can. I was amazed. I was like, wow, it's eating a metal can. All right. 9, don't listen. Rahubat Linky, Zamaltat.
Rahubat Zamaltat. I wanted to say that chickens also eat human secret.
Oh, they do.
As well, not just the chickens, because I live in the village, and you see a lot.
Oh, I didn't get to witness that. I've seen chickens as well, but I never. Wow, okay. So they eat anything. That's a testimony right there. They even eat human excrement, not just their own. All right. So why is it okay to eat a chicken? All right, and not a pig? The inconsistent laws of do's and do nots. All right. So don't listen. That's 9. Don't listen to masak music or rakus dance while their priests chant the Bible and the Quran, when in fact actually singing. And they have rituals of dance religious women must cover, yet not men. All right. So I have my shawl. I don't want you to think I'm all covered up. All right. I'm covered up because of the print. It makes it distorts the image, and it pixelates it. So I realize if I have a solid, I could wear a nice print. But if it's hot, I'm gonna take this off. All right, and have my dress. All right. And the reason why I'm commenting on that is because, people is coming to complain about the way I dress. In actuality, they're adding extra. All right. Like for example, one of the 9 jewels is a picture of Baba, but it could be in your wallet, you know, the shawl, you could take it off. It doesn't have to be over your head, because some people are under the impression that you have to be all covered up. No, it's for you to have at your discretion. All right, it gets a little warm, you could put it, you could take it off. Gets a little cold, you have your shawl, you know, and it's very, very versatile. Like, there's a lot that you could do with it, so it's good to have it, and something that universally could work for so many of us. All right, as you see in our cultures, that sometimes you could take it off and tie your baby to your back. You could do so much with it. All right. So the reason I'm just pointing that out, how people come and insert extra things. All right. So religious women must cover, yet not men. All right. 10. Don't sharub, drink any form of intoxicating drinks, yet they can smoke and do drugs, tobacco and nicotine. A toxic alkaloid. Banan, coffee is caffeine. It's an alkaloid. A stimulant. Alkaloid is a bitter alkaline, morphine. So they drink strong coffee and strong taya, tea. All right. So hormone and mind altering substances. All right. Because they go to take the caffeine, because what's wrong with their hormone? How come their serotonin isn't working? All right. You're altering your hormones, you're altering your mentality, you're altering different things. Why is it okay to do this drug and not that drug? Why is this one acceptable and that one's not acceptable? It just shows that there's a disconnect or inconsistent thought process. All right. So 11, they smoke tobacco as well as hashish, a narcotic, an intoxicant made from hemp. All hahamats, laws made by and for men to enslave women. 12. All their gods are men, angels, Christ a man, Muhammad a Zazaz man. 13. It's a patriarchal, male-ruled Za'amat, religions taught by male aliens. All right, we talked about that earlier, about how people are chasing the identity of the male while they are disregarding their mothers. All right, that's an extraterrestrial agenda. All right, that's how you take over peoples, groups of people, territories. The ultimate racism or speciesism would be sexism, because if you could capture the sex, all right, and the sex rules, and the female, you can control the whole race once you control the female. All right. So now you could impregnate that female, rape her, and now you say you are whatever your father is. You just took over the whole people. All right. If the people buy into that. All right. So it's patriarchal, male rules, Za'amats, religions taught by male aliens. All right. 14. And doctrines of Anak, everlasting life, and higher living, which are completely outdated. Wu-Nuwaupians. You need to recognize that such doctrines of the Bible and Quran, Talmud, and Hadith, Madras, and Sunnas are irrelevant for this technological age. 15. All religions of the Hebrews have their root from the Persian religion, Zoroastrianism. That includes 1, Jewishism, 2, Christianism, and 3, Muslimism. 16. And as you know, Nuwaupians, you're in Chaldees, where the father of the Hebrews, Abram, originally called Ibrahim, later became Abraham, then Ibrahim, a Persian called Hebrew. In Genesis chapter 14, verses 3, and Genesis chapter 11, verses 26 to 32. 1, Sumerian is Ibrahim, son of Terhu. Okay, 2, you have Hebrew. All right, and it would be Abraham, son of Terah. And then 3rd, you have Arabic, which will be Ibrahim, son of Azar. All right. So you're seeing different renditions of the same people. All right. So it's nothing but a tone change. Still the same family, same people. All right. So 17, the highest deity of the Persians was called Atar, deity of light and fire. So you see why Jews, Christians, and Muslims claim their God is the light of the world. 18, Zoroastrianism was the religion taken from Sumerianism, which was born in Babylon or Babylonia, Mesopotamia, given to them according to them by aliens from above, recorded on stone tablets as Nibirianism, all right? Nibirianin. That's Anunnaki. That's humanoid aliens, and that is the same as the Sumerian Anunnaki, humanoid aliens. All right? So that's why it's time for us to graduate. All right, past the Anunnaki. All right, because they're the ones responsible for this religion that was brought down. All right, for control, mining, food, and later sex. All right, so 19, they became deities or gods in Mesopotamian religion, which include these beings who were shapeshifters that came down to planet Earth from their planet craft called Nibiru. And they were called Anunnaki. And Q is sometimes written as K. All right. So whatever form it takes, if it's Anunnaki or Anunnaku with a K or a Q, all right, it's the same group. 20. They created the Adamite or ruddy race on Earth. So the religions of the Bible and Quran are from these aliens called illuminated humanoid beings. 21. In time, 1. Jerusalem or Jewishism. 2. Greek and Rome became Christianism. And 3. Arabia became Islamism. That was the religion or instructions to civilize those people in their own language. These religions were only for them and them alone. 22. To each people on Taha Earth, aliens gave their own Katabat cultures, ways of life, which became religions. 23. Each people began to fakor, think of themselves as other than just another creature or one animal on Earth and created laws of restrictions. 24. Laws on physical life and living, such as pleasures. The human animal, just as all other animals, had been given physical pleasures by those who made them. And like all other Hawanat animals, the only restriction in sexual pleasures was not to crossbreed with other species of animals. All right. So you see across the whole animal kingdom, that's the way it is. The animals stick with the animals and they breed with their own species. All right. But there's been humans stepping in, all right, and bringing animals together who in nature will never really cross paths. All right. Such as the lion and the tiger. All right. And that's a violation, all right, to the nature of that animal itself. All right. So 25. As for the Adamu Adamites and their religions, their makers had laws on who they should and should not have sexual pleasures with, found in their Bible, in Leviticus chapter 15, 18 through 33, and Leviticus chapter 18, verses 4 through 30, and Leviticus chapter 19, verses 20 through 22, and Leviticus chapter 19, verses 29, and Leviticus chapter 20, verses 2 through 27. 26. They were given strict laws by their own makers on sex and sexual relationships, with whom or what or even when. The age was determined by the Ayash Mill at age 13. His bar mitzvah made him a grown man, and for the female age 12, her bat mitzvah made her a grown woman. All right. So now you know what the bar mitzvah and the bat mitzvah is celebrating. All right. Like you have also the quinceañera for the Mexicans. The quinceañera is 15. That's when she's considered a woman. All right. So they have all these laws and ages. All right. All right. So 28. The Christians and Muslims get their laws on sex from these same laws. In time, some were altered by men who claimed they were chosen in each of their Zamat religions. 29. These are not our laws. Those are not our religions. They were for those to whom they were sent in their own lahajat, languages, from their own muzyad mutatalu, extraterrestrials. They call God in their own dialect of Mesopotamian language. One single language in Genesis chapter 11, verse 1, which was separated into dialects in Genesis chapter 11, verses 7 through 9. This is not of us nor for us. Each has their own. All right. Another one, now you know also Sweet 16. That's also represented in another culture where a woman was considered a woman. All right. But to each their own, that wasn't applying to us. Because we have our own laws. All right. 30. Humans forget they're just another Hawan animal because they allow the laws of men to rule their lives and living. And then from Kamayu aliens, chosen Zazaz man, or men who choose themselves, add on more laws and restrictions. All right. So you don't see anything about 18, but that became a law. Then it's 21. But you know we're going to change it back to 18. You know what? Now it's going to be 17. You know it's going to be 16 over here. And this region is 14. Okay, I'm going to go alter it here. And it's like, what's the rhyme or reason? Okay, we're going to change it up to 24. Okay, we're going to bring it back down. So in one place, this is legal. Another place is not legal. All right. All by different people's opinions. All right. Where they add on. All right. Based on what? What are we basing it on? All right. So 30. Humans forget they're just another Hawan animal because they allow the laws of men to rule their lives and living. And then from the Kamayu aliens, chosen Zazaz man or men who choose themselves, add on more laws and restrictions. In time, the human animal is mentally and physically enslaved by what is called religious laws. All right. So I'm gonna base my whole morality, my whole thing on this person's opinion. All right. But now I can go, I'm breaking the law. I'm gonna go take a 21-year-old, we're gonna get real drunk. Or a 20-year-old, that's you shouldn't do that. What is all this based on? All right.
That's actually correct. I just wanted to ask you, do you know if, or do you think morality is objective or subjective?
That was a question or a statement you made?
It's a question. Whether do you think morality is subjective or objective?
All right. So typically when you look at nature subscribes when something is ready. All right. So for example, I'll use this as an example. I know somebody that they finally had their cycle very late. They had it at 19 years old. They hit puberty very late. Some people hit it a little bit earlier. But by nature, nature is determined. Everybody is not on the same biological clock. All right. And there's a lot of, so it's nature decides, and you have to look at what nature is. For example, like when let's use a plant. There's some plants, if you pick it before a season, it can kill you. You pick it in its right season, it's medicine. All right. But if you go by, okay, and you know how to measure it, and depending on the soil that it's growing in, depending on where it's growing, something can mature faster or slower. But if you go on, like, oh, I have to stick to this, for example, it's not going to apply to that place and time, for example, because in this soil, it's going to take on, it will mature differently. So you'll eat from that plant and it'll be poisonous. So we base our morality on what nature says to do. All right. Not on the opinions of people. All right. And a lot has happened. Yes, Zamal?
So yeah, absolutely, yes. So what you've touched on, you're saying it's objective, right? Because objectivity means there's right and wrong, and subjective means it's opinions. So I just wanted to clarify and find that whether you're in line with morality, people's behavior, whether it's objective or subjective, because as you mentioned, subjective, someone can have an opinion, it's right in this territory. It's not right in this territory, but they can go and kill in another country because their religion says so. It's their opinion. So that's why I just wanted to clarify it before.
Well, I mean, that even the words subjective and objective, I don't really like those words, because you can say subjective, like, okay, because it's still subject to the conditions. All right. So when you use the word subject, depends on how you're using it. That's why I don't like English. You see how it's already confusing the whole conversation, because you can say what something is based on. It could be subject to the right conditions coming together. So, you have to look at all the conditions. So I would just say animism. Just say animism. All right. And animism, you heard the word animate. And you respect the nature of what it is you're looking at, not the opinion. And natures can vary from place to place, person to person. Like some people, like, did you know, for Caucasian people, their old age was 33. That was considered their whole life. If they lived to 40, you know, if you look at the medieval times and what was considered old age, they didn't live very long. So 33 years old was their specific, their typical span of life. Then you go to some places, you see us living even beyond that, because they say 120. But there's many of us who actually live older than that. But then when we start mixing genetics, our hormones started to change. Our life expectancy changed. What our bodies told us to do changed. Our telomeres shortened. All right. So what's appropriate? You have to have all the facts. And if you don't have the facts, then you're just kind of like blindly you're gambling. All right. When you know what you're dealing with, then you know what you have the outcome for. So yeah. All right. So in time, the human animal is mentally and physically enslaved to what is called religious laws. All right. 31. The religions of the whites and reds began to spread to others. Men of their race set themselves up as gods with titles, prophets and messengers, viziers, priests, ministers, reverends, bishops, pastors, disciples, apostles, companions, caliphs, imams, rabbis, kohens, and sheikhs or sheiks. 32. Then these Zazazu men and some Zazatatu women started to add their own laws, and then government, political, and their life and living. And all others changed. Males 13 and females 12. It changed from males 18 and females 21. All right. And there's politics as to why. All right. So before 13 was considered a man. All right. And they decided to change it to 18. That became a law. All right. But then you go different parts, everybody doesn't agree. And why are they changing it? And what are they basing it on? All right. Because you're a little child at 17, and then one day you're a grown man. What is the marker? What is it based on? All right. So 33. The white and red race, or Yarapu, Europeans, and Arabu, Arabs, now dictate to the world as if they are their gods. All right. So now we're going to let the Caucasians tell us how to base our lives and live our lives based on what? Their opinions. All right. Not science, not anything. Their opinions. All right. Because if you go by the science, it's not going to be, what are they basing it on? All right. So I'm going to go through all those changes in one day. All right. There's no science there. That's the point. So 34. They force all to live in their Shabbat image, to be like them, or you are bad people, occults, anti them. They moved away from the original laws on civilization given to them, to only them by their gods, to make their own laws to use and abuse other races. All right. So they had originally, they're basing their laws and opinions on guidance given to them by their extraterrestrial makers that was made specifically for them. All right. And then they turned around and added on to that to control other races and abuse other races. Your sex life is your sex life. Your diet is your diet. You love music. Listen to whatever kind. Learn to play Masak music. You love Rakas dance. Learn to dance all you want. Don't do anything that violates natural nature. Don't do anything that hurts others. And remember, you're just another animal. Respect and don't enslave them as pets or abuse them, because you are really one of them. All right. So there's you have the freedom to do whatever you want. There's still not a freedom of consequence. So if it's not consequentially causing any harm, then why are you enslaved by somebody else's opinion? All right. Now we know the science of music, how it affects your being. So there's healthy dance, there's unhealthy dance, there's healthy food, there's unhealthy food, but you're basing it on something that's actually based in fact and reality. All right. Not somebody's opinion and wanting to do something for somebody's acceptance. That makes you a slave. All right. So 35, rule and be ruled by your own Salal race. Respect all others, yet don't let the Adamite, and their laws, religious or political or government, financial or education, rule you. Live in the Shabbat image of what and who you are by natural nature. Stop trying to please them. Stop trying to look like them, act like them. You are not them and they are not you. In fact, in their very nature, their Gadadu, gods put hate for others except their own. In Genesis chapter 3:15, enmity means hate. They live by Salalism, racism, and live for their own race only. All right. This is the final chapter, chapter 19.
Pamujab or U, the decisivers, or the ones who decide.
1. Greetings to all of you children of wu-nuwaup, wu-nuwaupians. Know it's a true blessing to see the looks on your faces when you learn the hakakat, actual facts about self and kind, as well as those unalike, and not of our kind in these days and time. So I send endless divine love, bliss, and grace to you all. 2. Oh, you of our own people, our race, our tribe, our nation, Pa Nagaru, the Negroids, 9 ether beings, Melanite children of the sun, who are being misled. 3. Remember, Pa Kakasu, the Caucasoids, has vowed that they would make themselves attractive to all other races who dwell amongst them on earth. This was ordered by their overlords, Pa Makmahu, the Palladians, or the ones of Pleiades. Pa Kamahu, the Palladians. 4. Offering their women as seducers, and none will be attracted to her of other races except the seduced lustfully. For she will offer herself in any way, as was taught to Titi, Eve, by the red Dayar Nawat me stone. The Adamite female is on display to any and all. 5. She is only counterfeit, and those feminine of our race who seek to live in her physical image becomes counterfeit too. For Pa Kakasu, the Caucasoids, are unequal counterfeiters. All right, let's stop there. A good example is Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe is like the ultimate sex symbol. All right, and her image is very beautiful. All right, but when you go behind the image, you go to her original, realize that that's surgery. She's not a natural blonde. She's a brunette. Even her beauty secrets, her skin was very dry. So she would slather a bunch of Vaseline and mix it in with her, what is it called? Her foundation. All right. A lot of them, to make the high cheekbones, it was just an image. When you get close, a lot of them smelled really bad. This other woman, she was considered one of the beauty symbols, and she was known for her high cheekbones. They removed all her molar teeth so she can have that appearance. All right. So when you get up and close, you realize that it's all a composite. It's you're lusting after an illusion. All right. And then for us, of other races, all right, when we go and we live in the image of the Caucasus, we become counterfeits too. All right. Because now look at us today. All right. Not quite as beautiful when we take all of it off and all the surgeries that we're getting now. All right. And the different things that we're doing. All right. So that whole image of the Caucasian female is all an illusion. All right. That's why it's called a counterfeit. All right. So 6, consequently, subtly, they escorted many of our race to live in their image and act like them, when all the while they only seek to impersonate Pa Nagaru Salau, the Negro race. So you are impersonating them, impersonating you. All right. 7. And they have no authority over you unless you welcome them into your world, land, home, and life. His authority is solely over those who trust in him. And he uses religion to open your door. All right. So now you see some African, not just Africans, but people all over, they're saying, no more. All right. We don't trust you anymore. We don't fear you anymore. And we're returning your belief systems back to you. All right. A great president right now, of Burkina Faso. All right. Ibrahim, I forgot his last name. But he made a big step. The parliament give back those colonial wigs. That's outlawed now in Burkina Faso. We're gonna make our own uniform, our own dress. We'll dress and think as Africans. All right. And you're gonna see that happening worldwide. All right. As the Caucasian is losing his power. Unless you trust in him, he's going to take you out with him. All right. And the religion is one of the biggest things that's hindering us. All right. Because we keep putting ourselves back on the menu. All right. So 8, sending his dishonest religious preachers, his messengers of lies. 9, as a result, whoever rebels against their own fatah, natural nature, subsequently will be cursed, disease, and die in pain and suffering. All right. So whenever you go against your own nature, it always results in a dis-ease. All right. When you live in accordance to your own natural nature, you're doing what's best for and kind. You're extending your life and quality of life. Right. When you live for someone else, I'm just thinking about all these beautiful young Black women that they went and got all these butt injections. You know that their quality and longevity of life has decreased greatly. All right. But they didn't know until it's too late once you've already partaked in that. All right. But there's healing that you could do by returning back to your own. But a lot of us, we still rebel against our natural nature and the healing never comes. All right. So what an Asian man needs is good for an Asian man. The prosperity for him returns. The African needs to return to what's good for the African and what's relevant to the African. All right. And to each their own. All right. And as long as, especially the Adamites who put themselves up as everyone's Lord and Savior when they just enslaved everyone. All right. And put you on their radar of sickness. All right. So 10. In the end of this physical life, they have a horrific terror that awaits them when the demon of theirs come for their soul, and their own Salafu ancestors and relatives can't come for them. Only impostors, specters, who they preferred while they lived this temporary life over the one to come, which is eternal. Then the demonic specters of theirs will punish them because they believed in the Manar, hell's fire, offered in his religion of Jewishism, Christianism, and Islamism. All right. So they experience racism here on earth. All right. They have all these white gods and Arab gods. They cross over, they're going to get the same discrimination on that side. All right. And that's all what they're going to have. They're just going to have hell. All right. Because they believe in that. So they create that for themselves. All right. And their ancestors, all right, can't come for them. All right. Because this is what they prefer. All right. So 12. And they taught, as a person thinks, so is that person. So if you believe and accept their Bible and Quranic beliefs on hell and judgment for one single sin, then that is where your Ka'a spirit by your mind will send you. So you see how your mind creates that. So Baba says you need to liberate your mind on this side. You need to create those links back to reality because you're going to create your own hell. All right. Because you're going to go over there and realize that you were mistaken. And even what the solution is still within the confines of that belief system. So you're going to create that hell for that mistake. All right. So 13, ignorant ones of your race, the Adamu Za'amat's the Adamite religions has sealed your Qadar fates with his Dakak faith, and accordingly, you will end in his dominion doomed with him. And in the very end, your Ba'a soul is vanquished as his was. All right. So now you traded your soul journey to be limited with him. All right. So now you vanquish your soul. They already lost their soul on this side. There's nothing more for them. For you, you're giving up your soul. So that's why Baba said in the Bridge Towards Salvation, he said that the judgment for the Adamites has already happened, but for us, we're all mixed in together, all right? And that judgment happens at that time for each and every one of us, all right? So it's more valuable to have a soul than not to have one, all right? Because you're going to need it to get out of here, or you'll just fade away with these fading illusions, all right, of nothingness. So 15, they conspire wickedness and evil intentions by the spell of the vile whisperings of their religious lies, offering of bashar human flesh and Daman blood. And if you allow, you will be on their King of Kings, Lord of Lords menus in Revelation chapter 19, verses 16 to 21. And the master deceiver in Revelation chapter 12 and 9. All right. So remember, they was eating the flesh of the King of Kings and Lord of Lords and those who sat on the horses and all the flesh. All right. It was all on the menu. All right. So 16, they possess animosity. All right. Genesis chapter 3, verses 15, and hate around the Tapal world to separate people between people persistently until this Zamut day and Wakut's time, when people world over are discovering the correct path of their own. What is wrong with you, Nagado Negroes, that you don't see as all others? He is the devil. He taught you to avoid. He is the devil that he taught you to avoid. Does he not offer you all forms of sin to live by, evils to do, wickedness to perform in his Ranan name? Is he not who says drink strong drinks, smoke, take drugs, eat unhealthy, have open sex with who and whatever, fight each other, war, kill, steal, gamble? All right. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. All right. All kinds of recreations. Let's go to the club and stay up all kinds of late hours when our body's supposed to be recharging, consuming all kinds of chemicals and sleeping with whoever. Let's go bungee jumping. Let's speed race. All the fun things. All right. But they code to you as fun. All right. Let's catch up and let's go eat some unhealthy food and call that bonding. All right. That's why I find myself not being as social as much, because a lot of things that people want to do, I'm not really doing. So I don't find myself socializing, because it's like, let's go do something. Let's go out for a drink. I'm not really going to do that. So I'm not going to be as fun. Let's go out to eat. I don't really want to eat out, you know. So it's like all that's normalized. You find yourself isolated unless you have your own culture. All right. That's why I feel for the children, and that's why we have to create things for the children, because what do we have for the children? All right. That's feeding their culture and feeding their sense of belonging, because at the end of the day, we just want to belong. All right. And that's why a lot of children want to be other than self and kind, so they can belong. That's why we have to set up this culture, so they have something to belong to. All right. So fight each other, war, kill, steal, gamble. All right. Is not this what he teaches and spreads, as he did the disease of Katat's body and Maratzat's diseases of the Kalat's minds, such as pornography, rape, prostitution, bestiality, profanity, and pedophilia? All right. Why would you go to these people? Because we know how much problem sugar has caused. Why would you take this poison that people have a hard time and addictions to, and go to remote people and introduce a problem that is not existent amongst them. That would be a devil. All right. For me, there's certain things I partaked in, and my conscience will probably inspire me to want to warn others. Don't partake in that. All right. For XYZ. All right. Explain rather than saying, oh, you know what? Let me give this person and watch their reaction of a person who never partaked in that. That's really demonic when you really think about it. All right. So all these came from his own Bible, and he spread the Tapal world over by his own laws on sin. As you read in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 55 through 56, and also Romans chapter 4, verses 14 through 15. They made their laws, both religious and governmental, so they would be broken, and people feel guilt and go to prison and hell, rule over them, the devils. All right. So now you have these emotional attachments to other people's opinions on how you should live. That's not based on anything. All right. And they normalize things that are detrimental to you. And they normalize it, but then they also criminalize it. All right. And make it a moral thing. So now they always have something to hold over you. All right. So that's why I say, don't let nobody hold over anything over your head. People try to do that to me. And you're not doing that to me because I never pretended that I had it all together. So I could sit here and work on myself, and you're not, like somebody said they were gonna this is months ago. They said they was gonna tell Baba that I kicked them out the group. Right. And I was like, okay, great. You're gonna just make him ask my side. But at the end of the day, why was I telling that story? I was just telling that story that it's okay to work on yourself. All right. And then people try to create these prisons for you. Don't let them do that. All right. You take ownership over your life and your story. All right. So because that's what a lot of us are going through when it comes to this religious mindset. All right. To normalize certain things and then you partake in it. All right. So don't fall victim to that. So by his own laws of sin, and you read 1 Corinthians, all right, or holding something that's none of their business. That's none of your business. All right. So they made their laws both religious and governmental, so they would be broken and people feel guilt. All right. That's the way somebody come and take your divinity. You feel broken and guilty. Then people think they can control you. All right. You don't let that happen. You're not doing that no more. All right. 17. Although it is they who spreads corruption throughout the Taha earth constantly, destruction awaits all those who follow in their paths. All right. So as you know better, do better. All right. There's nothing to have a hang up about that. You know better. You have the facts, now apply it. All right. And then we just keep improving from there. All right. So throughout the Taha, constantly destruction waits on all those who follow in their paths. All right. I'm talking about the corruption. All right. 18. Because of such evil tactics, the hearts of other races become hardened to the truth of themselves, blindly lead to serve them. All right. So a lot of times we are so desensitized, we disconnected, and you're hardened to the truth about yourself instead of moved. All right. You hear the truth about yourself and what you should do. You're moved to become that. A lot of us are hardened. All right. Unfortunately, other races forget their own Hajabat cultures, Lahajat languages, Salafu ancestors, roots. What they are supposed to remember to keep the link ether to ether until Mawat's death and rejoining with them. All right. That's what you realize Bob was talking about. Hold on to the rope, the genetic rope, that is. All right. 19, instead, most are misled and revert to what was forbidden in their past when their Salafu ancestors first laid eyes on the pale white race. Their first words was ghost, a sick person. He's a disease, avoid them. 20, yet, after being invaded and forced to transform into fanatic slaves and helpers of the slave makers of their own, they accept the foreign one's religions and lose sight of who they really are. All right, the spell of amnesia. 21. It's all a mirage of Mashar desert, of a desert, like the mirage in a desert. A mirage of a desert, Mashar. The thirsty mistake it for Maya, water, when it is not. For when they arrive at the spot, their hopes vanish. So it is the religions of the Bible and the Quran, only a mirage, illusions, and those of our people who follow them end up with the retribution of the disappointments, even thirstier than before for actual facts. Truth, not mere beliefs, fictional stories. All right. All right. More confused. 22. How long is no longer the Tashwal question, for their end is upon them now, and all other races on the Kawak Taha planet Earth see the Caucasoid, Adamite, for who and what they are, and most have separated from them, or are slowly separating from them, and their wars and killings, as you read in their Jesus the Christ on Safa book that reveals the end times in Revelations chapter 15, verses 1 through 8, Revelations chapter 16, verses 1 through 21, Revelations chapter 17, verses 1 through 18, Revelations 18, verses 1 through 24. For they now know he is the man of sin. All right. Revelations chapter 13, verses 1 through 18. Isaiah chapter 14, verses 12. Revelations chapter 9, verses 12. Second Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3. Jesus knew who his own people were. In John chapter 8, verses 44. Now note, Nuwaupians, he is speaking to his own people, Hebrews, Israelites, Jews. And he said also in Revelations chapter 2, verses 3, and also chapter 3, verses 9, that they are a temple, they are temples where the devils dwell, a synagogue of Satan. 23. Why is it that only the Negroids or the Negroes in the West are the only ones of the original Yasaru families, Taha Earth, who live in his Shabbat image? 1, the Negroids, 2, the Aborigines, 3, the Indians, and 4, the Asians, that still trust and believe in them while all others are breaking his spell, religions and cultures, returning to their own and standing off, watching it come down slowly. All right. I work with a lot of Asians. I work with a lot of different people. And you're seeing a sense of people returning to their own. I'm seeing a lot of people going back to their home countries and figuring out what are we going to do, realizing that they're seeing themselves as a we. All right. And you're seeing that spell beginning to lift. Bob is saying that us here, Negroes in the West, we're the ones that's holding on to it the most, right? And he's asking us why, all right? And now he's going to explain to us why. 24, it's because of race mixing of the slaves by their Munbabu masters, the Yarabu Europeans and the Arabu Arabs, who mixed their blood with the mulatto slaves to put them over the darker slaves, as you still see in the Western Hemisphere, as well as the Caribbean and those in Morocco, Europe. they have the Damam blood of the Batu beasts running through them, hoping one day to be accepted as equals, not knowing the white race can't accept them as equals because of the genetic laws they created, that if you have 1% of any other blood, you're non-whites. So to accept non-full whites would be the high end of the white race. As intermarriage becomes widespread, so it's false hope again. A deception for darker people to think the pure whites will ever accept them as equals, as equal with equal rights. And it won't happen. It doesn't need to happen. They need our Damam blood. We don't need theirs. All right. So now look at a good example of this is look at Latin America. Latin Americans, they want to be Caucasian so bad. All right. A lot of them. And they mix. There was a concentrated effort to breed the Negro out of them. All right. And they have a lot of Caucasian blood, a lot of them. But despite that, look at how they're being treated. All right. By the Caucasian world. All right. They'll never be accepted. All right. No matter how much bidding of the Caucasians they do. All right. So 25. Fatah, natural nature did not plan that. And their alien makers, which were Rh negative blood types, know that would kill us off. Listen, we are Rh positive blood types. Think. Negative is negative. You see, negative blood types kill positive blood types. Don't believe me? Check it out. All right. So just take time to learn the science on Rh positive, negative. So now, some Caucasians with pale skin and light hair and light eyes have positive blood types. That would make them technically a hybrid. So they have African blood types, some of them. Now, some of us have negative blood types with dark skin. All right. That's a hybrid as well. All right. And then you see there's a war in the blood, a war in the genes. And that's why we have so many things to tune us up, living the culture, and we're waking up the divine genes within us. All right. Because a lot of us have the Batu, the beast, running through our very veins. That's why Bible said that the first of us would have the mark of the beast. All right. Now we know that the mark of the beast were genetic markers. All right. So the first of us, many of us carry the mark of the beast in multiple ways. And that's what we're healing past. All right. And that's why that ashuk comes. All right. So now because of rapes by Europeans, with our people as slaves, some of our own have Rh negative blood types. That does not make them Dawal evil or Jawed wicked. Only that if a female, their Rh negative, can kill the fetus of the male who is Rh positive. All right. So what happens is that if you happen to be a person with Rh negative blood type, especially as a woman, that doesn't necessarily make you evil, but know that if you, most of the planets are Rh positive, so you will create antibodies that will kill that baby, and you have to take certain medications to suppress the immune system so your body doesn't kill the Rh positive child. Okay. So know who you're exchanging body fluids with. It can be fatal to the childbirth. All right. And Rh negative blood types, they're not as fertile. All right. And in actuality, they may the way that it works is that if a woman's Rh negative and she gets pregnant for the Rh positive man, the first child might be okay, but then the body makes a memory, and then if she gets pregnant with that male again, and he's giving her, and then the child comes out RH positive, her body will kill all the babies. So she has to, and then on top of it, there's certain protein, like a certain factors of the RH positive blood type that's lacking RH negative blood types. So you have a more complete. That's why it has a better clotting factor in many things. All right, but there's so many dimensions. But it just lets you know what we're working through. All right, because so much has happened to us, and that's where I shook, because can we reform ourselves? All right, now you know what you're working through. All right, so that's why we can't just when you look at us, you don't really know what you're gonna get. So that's where it comes with animism, going behind the lust of luster. And just because something is good, looks good, it might not be good for you, because all the exchanges, everybody's genetics, because of what has happened to us, is not compatible. All right. So we don't overlook that. So their overlords implanted the RH negative blood type, originally to take over this Kawak planet, which was originally all RH positive blood types, originally in Africa. 26. Wu-Nuwaup is here to teach you these hakakat actual facts. None before Pana Bab Yanana, the master teacher, myself, has taught you these truths of yourself and others. And those who accept Wu-Nuwaup as wu-nuwaupians have demonstrated their Sayem Akal, divine mind. And by practicing Patarak the way, they shall inherit the earth for the next 24,000-year cycle, and will establish for themselves the perfect way of life, respected finally once and again by other original races. All right. So it's not just about sitting here preaching and reading. All right. But first, before you know what you're conforming to, you have to know what it is. So that's what we're taking time. But it's the whole point of transforming, because you're transforming the whole reality. And by living it, we gain the world's respect again. Because a lot of times you can show much better than you could say. All right. And people are tired of being preached to anyway. So when we start living, all right, our lives will start improving. All right. There's a lot of health problems amongst our people. All right. And all we got to do is go back to our natural, our way of being. All right. A lot of that would start to clear up. We would look a lot better. We would think a lot better. We would act a lot better. And all aspects of our lives would be improving. All right. So any of our race who turns down wu-nuwaup after reading and studying it is turning down the promise of taklus, salvation. They must be a deranged entity. All right. Some of us are too far gone. All right. A lot of us, because Bible says, as he's waking up some gods, he's also waking up some demons. And some of us are just, there's no reform in some of us. All right. Because we're already deranged. But if you could hear these facts and avoid them and ignore them after knowing, if you don't know, that's one thing. But you've had the confirmations, that means something is deranged in that entity. All right. And it's meant to fade with the other deranged beings. All right. So 27. Yet, as for the wu-nuwaupians, if the riches of the devil's world are offered, they will not be acceptable substitutes. Not his lust and luster, fame, glamour, not for their redemption after the 6,000 years of being lost and now found, and know who and what you are, not merely humanoids, yet deities,
Hamujab or
incarnates.
the
You
decisivers,
decide.
or the ones who
All right.
decide.
So that concludes our scroll in that chapter. Anybody has anything that they like to say about that chapter, and what are you deciding based on that chapter?
I was going to ask about. I'm still confused about. I'm still doing some research about RH negative and RH positive. I think now we're looking at different think now it's a different system. But about AB plus, I'm trying to relate it to that type of system itself. So
Yes, yes.
I
So
don't.
yeah. So ABO, AB. There's actually more than those blood types. Those are just the really, really popular ones. But there's at least 42 blood types. But for the most part, most people are going to have one of those major 4 blood types. And then that marks like the A, that's an antigen, B, that's an antigen, and O means that it doesn't have A or B antigen on it. And then you have also the RH factor, which is also antigen. It's a protein as well, but it helps with clotting factor and different things and like that. So originally we had that. We had the RH positive in our blood, and they didn't. So they tend to have more problems with their blood and things like that, because it helps with the functionality of the blood and such. So yeah, that is one of the factors. But in general, whether it's A, B, O, or AB, that's generally still going to fall under, as long as it's RH positive, that would still be African. And then you have the other factor, the RH negative, which is going to be linked more to the Caucasian. Now, most Caucasians nowadays are not really Caucasian. There's very few Caucasians on the planet because most of the world is not RH positive. I mean, RH negative. The average person that you run into are actually RH positive. So there's not really many Caucasians left on this planet. And then for those of us who have the RH negative blood type, it just lets us know that we're also some type of hybrid as well, and that's what we're healing past. But eventually you'll see that blood type is leaving the planet. All right. So more than likely you're going to be, your family is going to be taken over back by the RH positive.
Thank you.
Jamal Tat, Monkey?
Yeah, Rahubat.
Rahubat.
So my takeaway, not necessarily from the last chapter, I think from when you started reading, it's just the realization and the understanding that with Wu-Sabat, you are responsible and accountable, and that it requires you to be an active participant. So it takes away that savior mentality, which is mostly found in religion. And with that understanding, I see why some people may struggle with it, because now you are like, no one is coming to save you. You need to save yourself. And not only are you reading the scrolls, but actually you need to change, you need to implement the knowledge that you're getting, you need to live it. So like it's a live doctrine. So I feel like every time I read or listen to the scrolls, that is coming out, and just the consistency of that, the more you read it, the louder it gets, and it's very clear because there are certain words that Baba keep repeating. So it's very hard to sort of like miss that. So there's nowhere to hide. And religion gave people places to hide and make up excuses and all of that. So that is one of my biggest sort of like takeaway. And then something that you mentioned earlier when you were reading, and that really made me stop and think. I'm going to try and paraphrase. You mentioned that when you focus on what someone is going through or what someone is doing wrong, it actually gives you a sense of superiority. And then as such, you are not even looking in. So yeah, that was a big one because it starts with something small. Like I took it to that level, not thinking even about like a bigger thing. It could be something small which can add up, and then before you know it, you are walking around, as if you know better, but actually we're all work in progress. So yeah, that was one of my biggest takeaways. And it was interesting when you mentioned the shawl. So like in our culture, my mom go everywhere with a sarong. I would say it's a sarong. I think that's what they would call it, or maybe like a cloth. But yeah, I think maybe sarong or still shawl will sound better. So everywhere she goes, she always says that she carries that. It will either be in her handbag or wherever. So she doesn't go anywhere without it. And it's multi-purpose. So if we are visiting somewhere, because normally we like to sit on the ground and not on chairs. I don't even know, it is probably a patriarchal thing. Women sit on the ground in general. So she'll spread that and then sit on it if there's no chair or anything like that when we get to wherever place. And then also you can use it to cover yourself or to use as a head wrap, So yeah, that was interesting when you made that comment. It made me think of that. And then another one, the Africans outside of Africa, denying that there are Africans. And there's one Zamal whom I see bouncing between the different Telegram groups, and then, yeah, denouncing that to a certain degree. And what is said, so I work in a place where a lot of people come, and mostly white Americans, and when they get here, they are amazed of how nice, not even like how nice everyone is. And that really blows their minds away, and they keep coming back. Where I work, there are so many repeat Caucasians who keep visiting the place, and it's very expensive, but they keep coming back, and they all talk about how amazing the staff are, because in general, that's who we are as a people. And I don't see a lot of Black people visiting those places. For South Africans, I understand it may be expensive because it is, but for someone outside, for someone in the West, it is affordable. So like I think that is the part that they don't know. I almost wonder, like on TV, do they show you? I don't know what they're showing, Black Americans about Africa, but it seems like they just have this preconceived ideas of what they may be. It goes back to Ashuk, divine love. And it's such an interesting place to sort of like go back to, because you can give yourself so many reasons as to why you wouldn't want to go there. But like I said, if we don't have that as, I don't know, I want to say principle, if we don't have divine love, so the whatever we're doing here, it's a waste of time. So for me, it feels like that is the decision to go back there and decide on that. What sort of love do you want to give out into the world? But mostly starting with your own, because sometimes I listen to Dr. Omar because I find him to be very interesting, and he's unapologetically Black, and I love how he's speaking up, for Black women, especially I think in your country, because it's different here. Like I said, I live in rural areas in South Africa, and we don't have too much mixing. It's actually a rare thing, but obviously, white people are everywhere, and they are getting into spaces where you wouldn't expect to see them. So who knows where we will end up one day, even in these rural spaces. So our idea of beauty, yes, of course, there are people who are influenced by things that they watch, on TV, because I guess we also have our own, and I'm gonna quote Beyonce's, on TVs, depending on what people are watching. And of course, we are the so-called global village. So young people and everyone are exposed to different people from different walks of lives, which they may aspire to be. But again, even with all of that, is to just go back, to look and search and practice that ashuk, and starting with yourself, and then slowly, spread it out to your nearest family, friends, like pure divine love, because I think we're not there yet. We have conditional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Tautat.
Tao had. I think that the spell is not just it's not just you don't see Western Africans outside of America not interested in going, because I like when I had traveled to a few countries in Africa, I like to ask the locals, and I remember one guy, he's Ghanaian, and I asked him, if you could have 5 houses, all right, outside of Ghana, what would you pick? And he named Sweden, he named Canada, United States. He named all, like he named 3 places in Europe and Canada and the United States. I can't remember the other places. And then I was like, he didn't have an interest in any other place. I'm like, has he ever been outside of Ghana? I don't think so, And then when I asked the children where they want to go, oh, they're always excited because they could tell, I'm from the U.S. and it's like they always want to go to USA. So it's like, are South Africans interested in going to Ghana? Are Ghanaians interested in going to, and you just see the spell of our people, how it reminds me of that whole somebody has said uh um about this salesperson, and it was this black sales guy. He was selling ice, and he had been, it was a small town, and he was the only ice maker. So, and people didn't have fridges at the time, so they would come and they would just say buy his ice for $1. And some Caucasian person moved in, and they started to also sell ice, and they sold the ice for $1 as well. And then it's like the black guy, he lost all his customers, except for like maybe he had 1 or 2 customers that kept coming to him. And then he's like, where's all the customers? And then he had saw one of his old customers, and the old customers say, yeah, I buy ice from this guy now. And he was like trying to understand, like, okay, like like what's wrong with the ice I've been selling you? Because it's the same price. It's not like he's like, okay, well, he sells it for 85 cents, you sell it for $1. This was the answer. They said, well, his ice is just a little bit colder, So it's like a lot of the times I'm seeing a lot of us will take our money, go to Italy. A place that I'm noticing that Africans, they're not saying they want to go to Jamaica, they're not saying they want to go to Trinidad, they're not saying they want to go to Senegal, they're not saying another African nation. They say they want to go to Dubai. And then when I watch their TV, that's what's being advertised. United States. Those are the two top places. I'm like, they're so overrated, And then I gave him an option of 5 places, not one black country, So it's just to say that, for our people, of us, we need to take more interest, in ourselves in general, right? So Linky, do you see like other like non-South African blacks with money going to South Africa from your experience?
Yeah, from where I work, yeah, there are a lot of well, it's not a lot. Like I said, it's extremely expensive. It's one of those 5-star whatever. So every now and then there are I think in general the market is geared towards the West because of the price. And that is a discussion that I think happened around because during COVID, no one was traveling. So they were like, we missed something here. So we need to maybe look at catering for the local market. I don't know if they have done that because again, you don't see a lot. There are here and there black people that will come, but mostly there will be not South Africans. Or I mean, there will be not from South Africa. There will be just other black people. And then I think South Africa in general has a lot of people from all over. I remember years ago where I was working, there was a guy who came and then I sat and had dinner with him. This was like maybe somewhere in 2004 or 5. And then he said, you are going to have a problem in South Africa. Can't even remember. He said, probably way back then, he said in 5 or 10 years, because every single country that he had visited in Africa, if you asked people or young people, he said where they wanted to go, they wanted to come to South Africa. And it was understandable then. It was after, people were still riding the whole war freedom. South Africa is free wave, and everybody wanted to come here and they saw opportunities, and which they are, and it was true. So, and it was interesting that to him, he saw that as a problem. And it goes back to what you were saying, and I can even see that where people will complain that, oh, maybe we have a lot of Zimbabweans, that are coming through. But then if you look at places around Cape Town, I was having a conversation with someone who was telling me that Cape Town is full of Europeans. They own most of the property there, and they don't even live in South Africa because they can afford it. They just buy these houses and beautiful places, and then they only come and visit 2 or 3 times a year or whatever. But no one is complaining about that. But when someone comes who is from a different African country, then, it's a problem. And of course, you have your passports and sometimes even visas, all these systems that were created for the sake of making profit. So when you look at it from that point, then it's understandable why people aren't traveling, from one country to another in Africa, because you need those kinds of documentation. And I think it's expensive. I have a friend from Senegal who wanted to come here, but she was like, it's very expensive, because she speaks French with a French accent. And she was looking for someone or to sponsor her so that she can come. So it's those kinds of situations that, again, it's a plan that was put together to sort of like keep us united. Because if you talk from someone from any part of Africa, there are certain words that are common. It may mean something different in my language, and then it will mean something different in their language. But actually, the tone and the pronunciation and even the spelling most of the time is the same. So we actually get along really, really well, even compared to what may be portrayed in the media. Outside of that, we get on really, really well. I mean, in my village, there was a guy from Malawi. He lived there. He even passed away. Like I said, we have a lot of guys from Zim that are living here like full time. So like it's common to have people from different walks of life living in these spaces. But yeah, it's something interesting. We're all sort of like enslaved mentally, and that is the dangerous kind of enslavement.
Right, right. Um, but I also see a lot of progress happening so quickly. The spell is like crashing down, and I'm seeing like there's a conscious like awakening, like certain countries saying, okay, it's return what's not ours. One thing I love about Ghana, because Ghana wants to be the gateway to Africa. That's the what are the terms that they have for the country. And one thing I noticed is that they like if you come from Haiti, all the West African countries, if you come from Trinidad, if you come from a lot of these black nations, there's you don't have to pay for a visa. And for like English, or if you're coming from America or these Caucasian countries, it might be like $100, $200. So they make it affordable, or they waive the fee altogether to encourage us coming together. So I see that even though that there's forces that's trying to stop it from happening, there's forces that's also bringing it together. And it's going to work out for us, so I see that like as the West is falling apart, the tariff war between China and America, and it's like if Africans stop consuming from everybody, then they realize that life can go on without everybody's input. So as long as they work together.
Yeah, that is so true. Like I can feel it. That is the sun cycle. I've had interesting conversations in interesting places with people that I never even thought would understand what I'm talking about. So we are slowly shifting. And I was talking to young people today, asking them, what would you like to do? And I think 3 of them were like agriculture. I was like, wow, that's fantastic, because that is a skill that we have sort of like lost along the way, especially where I live in this region. It's very hot. So it's home for, fruits and veggies and whatnot. It's agricultural land. So to hear young people saying that that is something that they wanted to do like 10, 20 years time, if they were to have funds, that's what they would like to do. And then I was like, you actually just get, if you have the land, you just need to connect with the right people and get started. So yeah, there's definitely a shift which can be felt. And like we said, I think for us, and that's another question that I was asking myself, and I guess I sort of like also answered myself, because I was like, Baba's teachings makes so much sense. Like the Zamal said, Al Kabulan, you read it, you hear his voice, you listen to the tapes, and then it clicks, and then you start wondering like, who is this person? I just want to learn more from them. And then you read the scrolls, and then it makes sense. Even though some of our way of living has been tainted, but we understand that there is a ritual where you communicate with your ancestors. So when Baba said to me, pray to your ancestors, I was like, great, because we were doing that. It's something that we have never lost. So there may be people who actually do both. If the tough gets going, they will go to what we call a sangoma, a traditional healer, and say, please ask my ancestors what's wrong. What am I doing wrong? What do I need to do? And then they will tell them. And then on Sunday, they run and go to the church. And then when things are hard, they throw the Bible and they're praying away. They run back to the sangoma and say, help me, guide me, because deep down in our essence, we know that we need our ancestors to support us. So that's why I feel like it's only going to get even more bigger. And with Africans, majority of them, I think is going to resonate deeply because we do still practice that. And yes, we're sort of like lost a little bit, but it will be easier to get us right on track because we know who we are. We know that we're Africans. We're not struggling with our identity versus someone who may be on the other side. So, and I was like, why didn't Baba start here with us? We get this. This makes sense. But then I was like, no, actually, yeah, it makes sense, you know. Thank you.
Yeah, it makes sense to start sometimes with your weakest link, you know. So, you know, because we're only as strong as our weakest link. So I see it all coming together, you know, and us appreciating and mingling ourselves, you know, from all that has happened to us globally. So and sometimes it's easier for you to see something in an extreme state than in a subtle state. So sometimes the extreme, when it plays out, then you can start to see the subtleties, and you know, you can learn from the extreme instances and apply it. Sometimes the subtleties go, you don't really see it because you already feel like, well, I already know to pray to my ancestors. I already know this. But when you see an extreme thing, people running away from their identity, and then on top of that, they're playing to this foreign entity, and then this and that, then you see in the subtle senses how you're doing it. So, you know, it's about our Baba came to set the whole record straight and for our complete healing. All right, not just enough to get by, but to be completely healed. And we are in a better position than ever before. And look at all the people on this chat right now from all these different places in the world. You know, we're coming together. We could all relate to the idea of healing. All right, and knowing that there's more to our story. So we understand each other more than we really thought we did before, you know. So it's a great time for us. Anybody else has anything they like to say about the scroll, the decision? All right. So I guess this is a great place for us to wrap up. It's a very healing scroll because now we feel convicted to apply what we know. Because every decision that we make, we're sealing our fate, either to heal our story or to further unravel it, you know. So our goal is to heal our stories, and while everybody else is fading away, the illusions are fading away, and the illusions we're giving them back and letting them fade away from our own stories. So I appreciate everybody who's working through something. All right, because we're all working through something or another. Different things has happened to our people all over the world. And as we hold that space for our healing, we hold that space for each other. And tawakum for everybody that's doing their best to transform into the living and breathing hereafter doctrine as we're here to pick up the pieces. All right. So Ashok Moisar, and I'll see you next reading that we have.
Sir, Wadu.
Wadu.
Wadu, boy, so.
Wadu.
Wadu.
Nafel lalot.